Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Battle of Booktubers live show. The intro does say that we're going to be productive, but we will be after the announcement for the winner of Battle of the Booktubers. First, we do have to discuss all of the shenanigans that happened this round. Announce the masked booktuber, go and watch a vlog, and then announce the winner. We have lots for you guys. Just so you guys know in the comments, because I know a lot of you in the comments are used to regular sprints, I won't be displaying the comments until the end when I give you guys the floor to essentially ask our panelists some questions if you have some questions at the end. So we're not ignoring you. We know that you're here. Thank you guys so much for watching. But we're going to give our panelists the show, essentially. I'm going to let you guys introduce yourselves, just in case people who are listening have not gone to subscribe to these wonderful ladies. And if you haven't, they are linked in the description. So please, please, please go show your support. So I guess let's just go by round. It'll be easier that way. So round one's competitor was Leandra from Leandra the TBR Zero. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hey everybody, I am Leandra, the TBR Zero. I typically read mystery, sci-fi, used to read horror, has not been my year for it. And I'm excited to get into this discussion.
Me too. Round two's winner was Kristen from Reading Nymph.
Hey, well, my reading taste changed massively this year. Got massively into horror, although we're starting to have a comeback on the fantasy, which is amazing. And then I like a little bit of cozy, bit of murder mystery and stuff. So yeah, it's good. This is nerve-wracking as always, but it's great.
And we'll stick with round two with our wild card, Rainey Blue Reads.
Hello, I'm Rainey. I'm your resident romantic-y girly and chaotic gremlin of all life. And I cause a lot of chaos and I have fun doing it.
And from round three, we have Victoria from Victoria Masters.
Hi, I'm Victoria. I mainly read a lot of fantasy. I've been trying out a little bit of other genres like sci-fi and stuff, but it's pretty much all fantasy.
And then we have Sam from Samantha Donovan.
Hi. I don't like intros. I primarily read fantasy, horror, and romantasy, and I've had a bad reading year.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's been rough. I've had less than 10 5-stars this year.
I think I'm still at less than 10 too, although you've read more books than me.
Yeah, just reached my goal.
Was not great. I am Danni.Dabbles. If you guys are unaware, I read primarily fantasy, but I do dabble in a lot of other genres. Sci-fi and horror are my other two kind of primary. So I've been having some fun with some sci-fi recently. So that's been an interesting shift for me. Well, the first thing that we are going to talk about are your original lists of recommendations. So I've included in the PowerPoint, actually I'm going to shift to making the PowerPoint a little bit bigger. I've included in the PowerPoint just lists of your original recommendations or what was recommended to you. For those of you who watched the live shows for all of our other rounds, we were very secretive in who recommended what, and we didn't allow for our competitors to chat kind of openly while they had their book recommendations up. We're not going to do that this time because it's a little bit harder for you guys to guess who the winner is because we have some other factors that are in play. So essentially, our panelists can talk about whatever they want whenever I pull the books up. So I do think I've organized this in rounds. So we're going to start with Leandra. So Leandra, you chose mystery and sci-fi as your two genres. That's another change that we had in the championship round. And then what I've done is I put your week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, and your battle recs down below. The ones that are bold are the ones that you have read. So I'll give you the floor, talk about your initial reactions to any and all of your recommendations, and then we'll give the floor to your competitors so they can talk about why they recommended you what and how they felt about which ones you read.
Ooh, okay. Let's see. What are my reactions? So initially, I remember when you gave us the full list, we didn't know what was going to be a battle rec. We didn't know what was going to be in which category. And I remember book that I thought was, or two books that I thought were outside of the category. My two categories included Half a Soul. So I was like, okay, that one is clearly like one of my battle wrecks because it's neither a mystery nor is it sci-fi. And I would have said Our Wives Under the Sea. I was like, okay, that's another battle wreck because that's horror and it's literary. I know that there's like scientists involved, but I was like, okay, so I know two of my battle wrecks. And then I realized, okay, Our Wives Under the Sea is actually one of the sci-fi books. And the books that I was most excited to see on this list included Children of Time, The Hexologist. The books I also was excited to see included The Album, Murder at Spindle Manor, The Decagon House Murders, and The Cat Saw Murder. Those four because I owned them. And I was like, ooh, whether people meant to or not, I could possibly read books from my shelves. And so that was like separate excitement. Whereas The Hexologist and Children of Time were just books I really wanted to read. Books that I knew little about included Sleeping Giant. I was intrigued that someone gave me a sci-fi that I wasn't as aware of. And then Murder by Midnight, The Palace of Lost Memories. Those three, I think, are the books that I'd never heard of. I haven't spoken about the battle wrecks yet. A Morbid Taste for Bones. Yeah.
Sorry, I also should say, I completely forgot that I put this on the PowerPoint, but the little asterisks next to like Murder by Midnight and Luminous Dead, that means that those books were exchanged. So those were exchange tickets that were used to put those in play as well. If you want to talk about that, we can talk about that separately. Doesn't matter.
Oh, I don't even think I noticed that Murder by Midnight was an exchange. Interesting. Okay. I literally did not even register.
I can tell you what it was exchanged for. Let me see.
Yeah, remind me. And remind me of I know the Luminous Dead one though.
Murder by Midnight was an exchange for the Verifiers. So the Verifiers was originally in that spot.
Oh,
that was one of the books that you eliminated.
Okay, now, yeah, okay. So I will say that I had to eliminate quite a few books on the original list. I see Rainey's nodding. Yeah, so Sam, okay. So the reasons why I had to eliminate some of these, the Verifiers, so the Verifiers, We Solve Murder, those two I had DNF'd. So I'd picked them up, was not impressed or didn't like them. So I had already DNF'd those, unfortunately. Murder at Spindle Manor, Half a Soul. I was currently reading both of those. So I did have to eliminate those two. What else did and I also did actually have to request changes for a few things. Like The Luminous Dead replaced Kafka, or no, what's it called?
Clara the Sun?
Yeah. Clara and the Sun. That one I'd already read. I read that a couple years ago. And then I was given an Octavia Butler book, but I was kind of concerned about some of the content. I didn't want a trigger warning to be like a negative impact on the recommender because I didn't think I was ready to read the book. So Hitchhiker's Guide was replaced, but it was kind of like my request after all of it because I ruminated with that title for quite some time. So it definitely was on me. What else? I think that's it. Yeah. So overall, some things I was excited about, some things I was less excited about. I guess like a book that I wouldn't have been. I don't think I was not excited about any of the books that I was finalized given. But I did like make sure that I said no to a lot of stuff. like I think I will say that I think I helped out a lot of my competitors. I helped out by eliminating the I think it was Kindred. Was it Kindred by Octavia Butler? Yes. So I think I helped the person out and chose Hitchhiker's Guide because it was very popular. I think I helped out. Actually, I think I helped out Booktuber #1 significantly because by eliminating Murder at Spindle Manor, I ended up DNFing that book later on. So they got really high scores because I was like, no, I'm going to read the books I want to read. And then I really helped out week 2, Booktuber #2, because Children of Time ended up being really excellent. And I was like, you should have just trusted your second choice. I don't know why this person ended up doing an exchange ticket for it because I was like, nope, Children of Time was going to be the right decision no matter what. So that's the one thing that I would have said to that person is you should have trusted your gut because I ended up reading it anyway.
Yeah, that's an interesting topic that I do want to just throw out there. I was very surprised at some of the exchange tickets were used because some people used an exchange ticket to replace, for those of you in the audience, the exchange tickets, they had two that they could use. And if they didn't use them, then the person just had to go to their next read. And so there were a couple of exchange tickets that were used for the first spot. And instead of using it for like a battle rec or something else. And I was a little surprised that we didn't allow the first spots just to move to your second spots. I think you guys kind of second guessed, like, oh, I don't know about my second spot.
Yeah, and actually,
option or not.
I'll have a question because we don't have to discuss this yet, but I want to like pin it, is because 2 people did use exchange tickets on me, right? So week 3 and week 2. My follow-up question would be, are those the same people who had battle recs that I had to reject? Because I rejected Half a Soul because I was reading it at the time. We Three Queens, I had to eliminate simply because I had read it I had read another book in the series. And so I was like, when I got to other books exchanged, I was like, did these people exchange, here when they should have or could have, exchanged in my battle recs? I'll be interested to hear the thoughts, because I get not wanting to use like 2 exchange tickets on me. Like that would really be crazy if depending on what you needed. But I'm like, that's what I'm wondering, if they're the same people.
So I'll open the floor to your competitors. You guys can talk about what you recommended, what you thought, if you have grievances. Let it rip.
I'm very happy with mine because I crushed it for Leandra. I was number 1. I will say I'm so glad that you were already reading Spindle Manor, because yes, you did DNF it, and that would have been really bad for me. And I'm glad you ended up liking the album. I really dug deep for that. I searched those golden age mystery books and I didn't know what I was doing. I was like, this is really out of my depth. So that was a hot mess. But I knew it might be okay because you had mentioned it in one video that you wanted to read it, and I was like, okay. And then no, it's funny. Kindred on paper, it looked like a really great book. And then I'm like, I'm glad you didn't read it. It still probably is a great book, but I know it's very, intense. So I'm glad I went with Hitchhiker. And the only reason I didn't pick Hitchhiker initially is I figured somebody else would have done it because it's such a popular sci-fi book. Like I avoided ones that I thought were so obvious because I didn't want to use an exchange ticket. And then nobody gave it. And I was like, are you joking?
Yeah,
so when I was able to change it, I was like, okay, you can go with Hitchhiker. Even though you would have I know you liked Mickey 7 as well, but I was like, I had always wanted to give you Hitchhiker. So when it was open, I gave you it.
Anyone else want to spill the tea?
Yeah.
I was week 2, and I was really unsure about, because I knew, I hadn't read Children of Time at the time, but I knew that it was really intense, and so I wasn't sure if that was the kind of sci-fi that would work for you, even though I knew good things about it. But I also knew I feel like you go typically more kind of philosophical sci-fi than I generally do, so I wasn't sure how that would mesh with you. So I don't know, I was second guessing myself a lot.
Yeah, but did you know that I had read Adrian Tchaikovsky before and really loved it? That's what I was wondering. I was like, either this person knew that I just loved Service Model significantly, and they're very different books, but I was like, I don't know if this influenced the person giving me Children of Time or not. So interesting. Okay.
No, I didn't even know. I didn't even know about Service Model at the time.
Yeah.
And also off topic, but I DNF Service Model.
They're completely different books. Truly, you can't. I don't think that people who like Adrian Tchaikovsky, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're gonna like Service Model, because I think he went off. He definitely switched things up.
And then you were talking about, did we do one ticket, because we already did one, and I was I think it was We Three Kings, I think, for the Battle Recs.
Oh, the We Three Queens. Yeah. Oh, I was right then. I think I guessed you.
Yeah, Half a Soul, that one crushed me. That one hurt really bad. Danny was like, so she's in the middle of it. I'm like, but it wasn't on Goodreads. It was so sad.
And you know what? Danny can attest that she knew I was reading it because I had just gotten really sick and I picked it up and I was talking to her about it. And so then I was like, I just picked this book up. Like I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, but I used an exchange ticket for the verifiers because I was like, I've heard of this book before. And I was like, oh, I heard it from Leandra because she didn't like it.
I know.
So it was a silly thing to recommend. So yeah, glad that I exchanged it. Jack Glass was on paper the best book I could ever find, but you were already the hardest to pick for because I don't read mysteries and I don't read sci-fi. So it's hard. Right, and I was like, on paper, Jack Glass is the most perfect book you could ever find. And I simply was like, this is the biggest gamble, and I hope it is quickly DNF'd if it goes bad. That was the one thing that I was like, I would rather her just be like, nope, absolutely not, and push through that one because I was so hesitant about it. Because I also know nothing about it.
I thought it would work too. And honestly, like I should have looked to see what the content warnings were because it probably would have been listed. But I didn't even like think about it because I was like, oh, Golden Age sci-fi mystery. Like actually, I didn't think it was a gamble. Like I thought it was like a really good recommendation and just, you know, that's one of the risks of us recommending books we haven't read, which I think a lot of us had to do. Sometimes it worked out, sometimes it didn't. And you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, but that one was tricky, and so that's why I didn't use 2 exchange tickets.
Understandable.
Yep. I'm impressed that you actually guessed all of us correctly. Like,
me too. I'm surprised.
I'm so impressed. But yeah, I started off with like really good like intentions, like, okay, I know exactly the sci-fi book I wanted to recommend. It was Starter Villain. I was like, she's gonna love it. Then I looked at your Goodreads and I'm like, oh, she loved it. Great.
Yeah, fun.
Great.
That happens so often.
And then there were so many books, like I had a whole list and every single one I had to cross off because, I mean, Danny, you recommended a couple that I was like in pain. And in the end, I had these 4 books and I was like, well, I'm interested in all 4. Just give them to her and she can let me know if they're worth reading or not because at this point, I've given up.
Well, The Hexologist, I can tell you I have pre-ordered book 2. I'm very, very excited for it. So...
Yeah, I really hoped that one would work because I was really interested in that one. And then
I think that would hurt. That would have hurt. Like, you know, of the ones that necessarily didn't work for me, like that one, and I think Children of Time, because I had such high hopes for those 2 books specifically, I was like, that would have really hurt if they didn't work out. But yeah, they worked out perfectly.
Yeah, that was pretty good. And then A Mother's Light was literally because I need to push my favorite authors. So I was like,
I knew it was you, poster child. I knew
it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, no, it was all right. I mean, you were difficult, mainly because I was more hyped on the mystery. Like I really wanted to get a 5-star mystery. And I succeeded. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm good. Like, I'm good.
Well done.
Yeah.
Anything else to discuss?
Oh, I guess I can say I was a morbid taste for bones too. That was also me.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, that was a deep dive as well.
That was. I'm telling you, I did my research.
I didn't think anyone would think of Brother Cadfael, and like I hadn't obviously read anything from that series.
You posted that in a TBR video though, so like it was in some video you posted. Like, oh, I want to read this, and then I was like, has she read it yet? No. Great. Although what was not great was when you started it, you were like, it's kind of medieval. I don't know if I'm going to love it. And I'm like, why do you own it?
Oh, gosh. I know. I think I definitely probably stressed a few people out because like, what was it? And I wanted to add some drama into my, because I didn't want it to be like, oh, obviously I'm going to love this. And I was like, I need to like create some cracks. And so I think I said about A Morbid Taste for Bones, oh, it might be too old for me, which I was kind of concerned about. And then I also mentioned in the album that there were 2 people in my life who I knew that just before I picked it up, one of them DNF'd it and the other one said that they couldn't really handle Mary Robert Reinhardt, like her writing, that they really didn't like it. And I was like, good, because I'm about to start this book.
Yeah, you said that too. And I was like, no.
yeah. I was like, ooh, this isn't good timing, but it's great timing for the vlog because I can mention it and make people scared.
And you did.
Yeah.
With We Three Kings, my logic made no sense because so with me being a fantasy reader, like, you know, they're chronological, you need to read them in order and stuff. But like, I feel like a lot of mystery series and romance series, you can kind of go out of order and stuff.
Yeah.
So when I looked at that, I was like, okay, she hasn't read this book, but let me check the series. But then when I checked, I only checked the first one, which makes no sense. And so I'm like, you can read it out of order. And I didn't check the others.
Yeah. And I know that it probably would have been to our discretion. I don't know if it would have been like against the rules, but I almost was like, should I let it slide? Because it was just it was a Christmas mystery. Yes, it was part of the series, but I was almost going to bend the rules for you. I decided to stick to it, but I was like, yeah, even though it's a Christmas mystery, it's still part of the series. Yeah. And so, yeah, I was almost going to lie to Danny.
I would have no idea. Okay, let's move on to Kirsten's reads. So Kristen, tell us what your original thoughts were and if anything surprised you. I don't think you had any eliminations, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, no, I wish I did though. So I wish I had been, so I was being really like, okay, well, it's not like I've read from any of these authors and then didn't like them or something like that. But I mentioned it in the vlog as well, but the storied life of AJ Fickery, I wish I had said no and just gone to A Dark and Secret Magic, because I love how I was recommended 3 books twice. And I was like, I was able to read 2 of those, but I didn't get to read A Dark and Secret Magic because that was in the second position both times. And I really wish I had just said no to the storied life of AJ Fickery, and then either they would have used an exchange ticket or I would have been able to read A Dark and Secret Magic, because I'm really curious. I definitely want to read that. I'm hoping to read it like probably October, November, because it's like pumpkins on the cover and stuff. So it looks like it's going to be good. But yeah, first, yeah.
You were actually recommended Don't Let the Forest In 3 times, but the person used an exchange ticket. One person used an exchange ticket. Yep.
Wow. Wow. Well, I mean, to be fair, you all did amazing because I love that book. Like, it was fantastic. Like, I can't believe it. That's still my favorite book of the year. Like, it was amazing. But generally speaking, like, I think all of the recommendations, like, I was fine with. Quite a few I hadn't heard of. So, like, the Cozy Mysteries and that I just hadn't heard of. So Cooper T, I Ran Away to Evil, and Arrival Most Vile, and A Dark and Secret Magic. I think I'd seen that one around, but I hadn't actually heard of it like properly, didn't know anything about it. Oh, and Shoestring Theory. Okay, yeah, so most of the cozy ones I didn't know anything about, which really excited me. It was just, yeah. So I think overall I actually really enjoyed all of those different recommendations. And then for the Battle Recs, I'd actually started reading I had to start reading for a book club, an Instagram book club, the Delegate Dream Department Store. I ended up DNFing it. I really didn't like it.
That day.
Yeah, I really didn't like it. I was like, yeah. And actually, most people in the book club didn't like it either. So that was quite surprising.
And it's got a sequel.
Yeah, right? And I'm like, why? But I know, like, Danni, you loved it, so... Oh, really? Oh, interesting. But yeah, no, honestly, I was really shocked with all of these. And there was a few on here that I really wanted to read. I Don't Let the Forest In, actually, I was never going to pick up if it wasn't for this competition. And
why is that?
Just because I was like, oh, it's YA, it's probably nothing major, you know. And also there was so much hype going around. Sometimes I'm a little bit wary of that. So yeah. I was like, I'm not sure. And no, I'm so glad you guys made me read that. Like, it was amazing. Oh, yeah.
Oh, anyone want to spill the beans on what they recommended?
I mean, I'll take credit for giving you your best book of the year, because that was me.
Yeah. Amazing.
One, I wish you had said no to AJ Fickery. When you're like, I've DNF'd one book, I was like, it's gonna be that book. I don't know why, but there was no reason I thought you wouldn't like it, because every person that I've ever seen read that gave it 5 stars. Like, I had never heard one bad thing about this book, and so I was like, it's just gonna be a banger, and then it wasn't. And I was like, oh no. But then Don't Let the Forest In, I knew that you had already loved it because you posted on Jan Agaton's video.
Oh.
and she had vlogged that for Full Moon Book Club, and then Kristen was like, "Oh, I loved that book," and I was like, "Yes." She loved it. And I was like, okay, I did a good job. What's funny about that, though, is that I did know that was up for exchange because someone else had recommended it. And I was like, I'm standing strong on this. I think she's going to really, really like it. So I prayed that the other person would get scared and go away. And they did. I was like, I will lose a point if I have to, but I really, really think you're going to like this book. So I did go with that. Although also that wasn't going to be my original because I also just didn't look at Danny's, like, that video again where she recommended for all of us because I gave you the other Joanna Von Veen one at first, Dreadful Darling, which is also a Kirsten coded book. So I get why Danny picked that. But I was like, oh, I can't use that.
Yeah, I definitely threw some curveballs at you guys with that video.
Yeah. Yes. And then Dark and Secret Magic, I definitely thought you also would have liked, and I wish I had put that first, but I just don't know. I didn't feel as confident in that. And then I know you would have also liked Bloom. So if you had been like, oh, I don't want to read Don't Let the Forest In, then I wouldn't have been worried because Bloom is also amazing.
Yeah, that was one I was really hoping would get recommended. And then I saw it and I'm like, oh, it's in second place. But it worked out great, so it's fine.
Yeah, I'm glad that I didn't put Don't Let the Forest In first place because then we would have had to duke that one out. So it worked out. I'm glad that you enjoyed the 2 picks that I gave. Someone You Can Build a Nest in, Shoestring Theory. Hard to say. Glad you liked it. I went down such a rabbit hole looking for cozy books. I was like, anything cozy ever, here's the list. And so had to like narrow it down. I do think you're really going to like A Dark and Secret Magic. I didn't put it in first place because it was like a newer release, so I knew it would be on other people's radars. And so I was like, I don't want to give everything that's super popular. And even with like Someone You Can Build a Nest in, I was like, someone's for sure going to say it. I was so worried about that. And Strange Beast I didn't recommend because we had talked about it and I knew you were interested. And I was like, somebody else is for sure going to say that. And then, I'm glad you didn't end up going with the Dream Store Department because you DNF'd it. So that worked out anyway.
Oh, I forgot to say that about the battle reg. Yes, Jane Steele, I still think you really would like. It literally said a gothic Jane Eyre retelling. And I was like, that is Kirsten.
Yeah, I was really tempted. But also because Arrival Most Vile had been recommended once already, I wanted to see why it was being recommended twice. And Green Teeth was going to be on there. Like, I was really excited for that book. So that was always going to be a choice. So if it wasn't for the fact that Arrival Most Vile was on there as a battle rec, I would have gone for Jane Steele. But yeah.
I was, goodness, I'm like, I have no voice today. I was week 4. And so that exchange, what was the original one again? Was it?
It was Don't Let the Forest In.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So your faith worked out. I caved. But I Ran Away to Evil was the only one that I had read from those books. And so like when I read it, I was like, this feels cozy and I liked it. The Child Thief, I hadn't read that one, but I had read Sleuthfoot and it's like the only horror book I've read and I loved it. So The Child Thief seemed like one that would be up your alley, just synopsis wise. I haven't, but, and then I was just kind of going off the vibes for a coup of tea.
Yeah. No, it worked. To be fair, I wanted to read a Rachel Harrison book for a while now, so I was really happy with that. And The Child Thief's been on my radar for ages. So I thought the horror recommendations were great. And then your 2 cozy books I'd never heard of. So it was, yeah.
You know what's funny is when I saw you reading So Thirsty, I was like, oh, that's the worst Rachel Harrison book. Because I've read every single Rachel Harrison book because she's a favorite author of mine. And that's the only one that got like a 2. Like everyone else has been 4 or 5 stars. And so I saw that and I was like, oh, I just don't love that book. But I was like, maybe that'll work out for me. But then you liked it more than me. So, that worked out. Also, you being cozy as your first category, I was like, that is terrible for Rainey. I don't like cozy. I don't read cozies. And the only 2 or 3 cozies I've read, I think you've either read or I just figured someone else would have put them because, there's only so many you think of like Legends and Lattes and like the standard ones.
I still wish you'd given Honey Witch.
I know. I wish I had to.
But to be fair, me going for cozy, you went for romantasy, and I'm terrible with that. So,
well, you knew that was coming.
yeah, but still.
I'm just saying.
I think that was definitely like the hardest part of the championship was like in the original rounds, you know, I feel like we were kind of pretty much grouped in ways that we had similar tastes more. And with this round and having the different genres and stuff, we definitely had to kind of go out of our comfort zones a lot more.
Yeah, I think you guys were forced in this round to like give recommendations outside of your comfort zones for sure. Depends on the round. I think that we had a lot of fantasy represented. And I mean, that's probably my fault because I am a fantasy lover. And so a lot of my bookish friends are also fantasy lovers. But yeah, there were definitely some rounds that were more similar in vibe than others. There were more, I think the first round, honestly, was probably the most varied. I'm trying to think.
Yeah. I mean, I was recommended a romantasy. So like, yeah, we were really varied because it was myself, Katie, Nell, and Lotta. I think the three of them can kind of blend. Well, like I think maybe Lotta and Katie were the most similar because they'll both read romantasy. But like Nell was more like thriller, nonfiction, and romance and contemporary romance. I'm mystery, sci-fi. Katie is contemporary romance and romantasy, and then like Lotta was fantasy and romantasy. So we were like we had people who blended, but yeah. On that note, now that I have the mic, I will be the last person to react to Kristen. So I was week 3, and I definitely regret not giving you Soulless. I just didn't know if it counted as cozy, and I didn't want you to challenge it because I know that we had to be a bit more like, you know, so I was like, I don't know if I should recommend her Soulless because I would have done the Parasol Protectorate series because all of us who've read it have really enjoyed it. But I also thought I had it in the bag because I didn't realize that you have an aversion to like angels and demons. Like I know you're more so it's like no longer something like you did once like it. Now it's not really something that you're interested in. So it's not like a trigger or anything. But I had read Half a Soul after I did this, but I was like, oh, well, she thought Half a Soul was good. Like, I think you gave it 4 stars. And I was like, it's so different from Small Miracles. It's not like I'm fully piggybacking off of the fact that you like this author. I'm like, it's so different. So I didn't feel like I was like cheating in a way. And I also was like, well, Small Miracles is better than Half a Soul. So I'm like, I think we're good. And then you were like, go guys, skip Small Miracles, read Half a Soul. And I was like, I disagree. I was like, absolutely not. Like so this is very fun. Just to kind of compare the things. With Arrival Most Vile, I was thinking that it might be a little bit off the beaten path because it was like Spiffbo. But I didn't feel as confident because I had read that one in secret. That was one of my secret reads that I was, and actually to speak on Murder at Spindle Manor, the reason why I was currently reading it, because I was wondering if I would recommend that to someone as well. So there were some secret reads in the mix. With Strange Beasts, I did, like, obviously I was like, well, Danni really enjoyed this. It has, I've heard that there are suggestions of like, you know, like Dracula being influenced, Sherlock Holmes. And I was like, okay, mystery horror. I feel like this seems like a good choice for you. Blood on Her Tongue. That one is the same author of My Darling Dreadful Thing. It was a newer title, so it hadn't even come out before, you know, we recommended it. So you would have had to wait for the release. And I was like, I don't know. I haven't read it. I was a little bit nervous about like getting too excited about like the book that's coming out after My Darling Dreadful Thing. Like not all authors live up to the potential of their first book, you know, and not that you had read that either, but I was just like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if this is a consistent author that's going to do great. So I was a little bit nervous about that. Meanwhile, I was Green Teeth. So I recommended you Green Teeth, which is quite fun because 2 out of the 3 books I gave you that you had to read, I read with you. We buddy read.
That was so sneaky. So originally, I actually thought maybe week 3 is Leandra, and then you suggested the buddy read, and I'm like, well, it can't be her because that's too sneaky. Like, what? And I'm not going to lie, like, because I enjoyed our buddy read so much, I boosted Strange Beasts up to 4. Otherwise, on my own, I was thinking, I don't know, maybe 3.5, a high 3.5, I'm not sure. But I enjoyed it so much. We were discussing it so much. And I'm like, oh, no, okay, it's actually worth it. Now I do 0.25, it'd be a 3.75.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, I realized, I was like, she's so sneaky.
Well, you know what's funny is because then when we were reading Green Teeth, I feel like we were on the same page with Strange Beasts, like probably more of a 3.75, 4. But then with Green Teeth, I kind of was like, oh, not liking as much. And I'm like, I have to be careful here because I was like, if I tell her too much of what I'm not as impressed with, I was like, she could lower her rating. So I don't know if you noticed, but I hadn't even like thought about like being like, oh, hey, like obviously my thoughts shouldn't impact you with Strange Beasts. But with Green Teeth, I specifically said, don't let me influence you. It's so funny, but yeah, good times.
Yeah, it was funny. Although I just want to say, you know, for the angel thing, the reason why I don't really get on with it is because I read so much YA angel romance and stuff. However, I'm currently reading Angel of the Crows. Read it, Danny. It's amazing. This is a time where angels work.
Interesting.
It's Sherlockian as well. Like it's literally in the back. Catherine Addison says how it's literally called winfic. It's like fan fiction, but with the main character having wings, and that's what it is. So it's literally Sherlock Holmes, the stories, but make him an angel.
Oh, so it's like a Sherlockian reimagining? Is that what it is? I've never even heard of it, so I'll have to look into that.
Very good. Very good.
It's by the same author as The Goblin Emperor.
Yeah. Fantastic.
And is that the same author of The Witness for the Dead?
Yeah.
I recently borrowed that. I know that it's not technically the first book to read, but like they said you can read it and it's more mystery.
Yeah,
so
it'll be fine.
Yeah, interesting. Also, to speak on Don't Let the Forest In, I did have that on my eye. I was the only person, I think, who didn't recommend it to you. And I feared the YA because I don't read YA and I wasn't really sure how you felt. I know you weren't a middle grade fan. I think you read more YA than obviously middle grade, but I was like, I don't know. I was influenced by myself. I was like, I don't know. YA scares me. And so I don't think I recommended YA to anyone. Did I? I can't remember, but I was like, I don't know why. It just, it scares me, even if people read YA. So that was the reason why I didn't recommend Don't Let the Forest In. I almost did.
Only reason I went with that is because like the week that this happened and we had to use exchange tickets, like 4 people on Booktube that I follow that I'm like obsessed with, they all read it and gave it 5 stars. And I had never heard of this book before then. So I was like, okay, if you're all giving this book 5 stars, like it just looked good. I was like, this is the moment.
I recommended it because I had read it. I loved it.
Well, I read it after that, and it's in my best books of the year.
Yeah.
So good.
Meanwhile, I DNF'd it.
So did I. I DNF'd it too.
It's angsty.
We're all different readers. We're all different readers.
That's why we'll never get a 5-star, Leandra.
I know. I'm like, this is a perfect example of why this is never going to work for us, but we try.
Let's move on to Rainey. Here are all of your reads. Let us know what you thought originally.
Oh man, there's so many thoughts. Okay. I'll just go in order. Week 1, yes. So, Fall of Ruin and Wrath, I only didn't read because I had seen a couple of people say that you should read that after specific books in the JLA series, like her big overarching series, and I've already am in the middle of that. So I was like, okay, I'm just going to wait on that one. Plus, I also didn't know if it would have been fair because I had read a couple of books by JLA. So I was just kind of like, oh, I don't know. Like maybe I shouldn't read that. So then I went with Swordcross. However, I was not excited for that, as we know. It's cozy and historical, as Miss Kristen said in her cameo in my video, because it is Kristen. If she says in a minute it's not Kristen, I will die on the floor. So I will say that. I was not excited for that, and obviously I DNF'd it, so I'm sorry. But Knock Knock Open Wide was a banger, which is great. And I was actually really excited that to be recommended to me because I had always kind of been intrigued by it. But then I also was scared because Kayla loved it. And Kayla from Books and Lala is not my same reading taste. I watch her for her like creativity, not for book recs. Yeah. And then I had never heard of Small Favors. Week 2, I was like, this person knows me in romantasy because those are both books that I want to read. Oh, I knew it was Sam.
Having you in the competition, I was like, oh, Rainey's what I need so I can talk about romantasy at least a little.
Yes. And when I saw Blood and Steel, I was like, oh, thank God, because I've been meaning to read that. And obviously it worked out because I loved that book. It's on my top books of the year. But I also really did want to read City of Gods and Monsters, although I feel like I'm glad that was second because I don't know if I would have rated that as high. I haven't read it yet, but everyone's like, oh, book 1's not great. Book 2 is the one that's really great. So I don't know what I would think of it. Plus, it was also like 800 pages. So I was like, and then Mary, I was actually excited to read because I've never read Nat Cassidy, which I read too. But I'd never read Nat Cassidy and I'd always wanted to. And fun fact, Buddy read that with Leandra. So yeah, that was a fun time, but yeah, it just didn't work. And I really didn't want to read Mr. Magic because I hated Hyde by Kirsten White so much. I really hate that book.
Oh, they are very different.
I know.
I hated Hyde as well.
I've heard that, but I don't trust you, Miss Kirsten. I don't trust her after that. I don't trust her. Yeah. And then let's see, week 3. Okay, on paper, Song of the Dark Wood sounds like a good time. It does. It's not a good time. It's really a bad time. It's so bad. It's just so bad. It's really bad. Danny has heard many of my thoughts on many of these.
I had so much fun during this competition because a lot of you would reach out to me about your reads because you couldn't talk to each other.
Well,
I
and I was also
give me the tea.
I was DNFing left and right, so I was just like, Danny, I don't know. And I should have DNF'd this, and she told me to DNF it, and I didn't because I just couldn't DNF another book. But it's fine. It made for great content. And I had never heard of A Drop of Blood. So these were actually 2 romantic books I hadn't heard of. So I was impressed with this person that you gave me books that I hadn't heard of. So that was awesome. And then Boys in the Valley, I immediately saw and went, that's a dude bro horror book. I don't want to read that. And it didn't get used for an exchange ticket because I did say yes. And then upon actually like looking into it, I saw trigger warnings that I didn't want to read, that I'd said I didn't want to read, but like you wouldn't know necessarily unless you were really like checking reviews and stuff. So then I said no after that. And I had thought maybe the person would give me a different book because I also hate haunted house books with a passion. But we stuck with Diavola and it's fine. But I also DNF'd that. And then last one, those were also great picks for romantasy. Blood and Steel obviously was a good one. And then Servant of Earth, I also had wanted to read because Cassidy really liked it and someone else really liked it. And yeah, that just didn't work for me. It reminded me very much of Cruel Prince, which I had DNF'd already. So that didn't go well. And then Nestlings, I was really excited to read initially, but when I got to it, I was scared because I didn't like Mary and I had read Mary already. So I was scared, but Nestlings was great. And I also really wanted to read The Eyes Are the Best Part. So honestly, the person that I think did best at recommending in total was number 4 because I wanted to read all of those. And then Battle Rex, I only didn't read Heartless Hunter because I was already reading it or about to read it for Booktuber's Best Books of the Year. Like I had already done all the data and all the stuff. And so I was like, I'm already reading this. So I said no. And then Cruel Prince, I was like, well, you haven't read it yet. You should read that because that's like a popular romantasy book. And then Nocticadia, as soon as I saw that on my initial list, I was like, this is a battle wreck because it's the only dark romance. And that is not a book that I picked. And I immediately knew that was happening. I was like, that is the book I'm reading. And that's my best book. So I loved it. It's so good. I love that book with my whole heart and soul. So I'm very excited that I got to read that. And then I didn't know about Blood and War. So once again, that was another romantasy that I was like, oh, okay, cool. I'm getting stuff I hadn't heard from. But yeah, honestly, I was pretty impressed with most of them though. It was a good time, even though it wasn't because I hated more than I loved, but I did.
I was like, impressed. I was like, that's quite the description.
I still had fun. I just, a lot of them didn't work.
Okay, so I was week 1, and can I just say the book that you were never meant to touch, Swordcross. Like I hadn't read it by this point when I was recommending it. I had just received it, so the day I submitted the recommendations, that wasn't on the list. But I had just bought it and I was so excited to read it. I was like, sod it, I'm just going to give it to her. I don't even know what it's about. I'm just going to do it because it had said like romantasy anyway. But you were never meant to touch it because the first one I gave you, all right, admittedly, you didn't like anyway, but it was Fortuna Sworn. And I
hated that book.
But in my mind, this was left over from our first round together. And I was like, it's fine. It's great. She'll read that. Because this was one, like, I had a little list left over. So I was like, okay, perfect. That's great. And then, all right, admittedly, I wish I just put Cruel Prince instead of Swordcross, because that was what I was going to do. And then give you a different battle rec. Either way, romantasy was just down the whole. Like, it was just bad. Okay,
Were you Cruel Prince then? Were you also?
Yeah, I was Cruel Prince. So I was originally Fortuna Sworn and Cruel Prince was my plan, which you didn't like either of them, so it's fine. and then I panicked when Danni said she's not. I was like, no, there must be a. I actually messaged Danni. I was like, what's the reason? Why is she not reading this? She has to read this. I was like, she can't read the second one. And I'm there having a panic, and my partner's like, are you okay? I was like, no, I'm not okay. But yeah, it was a time.
Oh, wait, but the asterisk says that so you had Fortuna there and you switched it to, and then you couldn't switch it after that. Oh.
No. And the thing is, like, I was just flailing because I had nothing left. Like, I had no other, like, romantasy is not my thing. And all the ones, like, that I'd already done well with Trial of a Sun Queen with you, like, that was it. I had nothing else. Like, so I was just, scraping the barrel. So I was devastated when Swordcross got picked. I was like, no, that was a joke. That wasn't a real option.
Oh no.
Oh. Yeah.
Well, you did good with Knock Knock Open Wide. That was great. I loved that. It was so good.
I'm very happy. Because originally I was going to give you another horror rec as the battle rec because I had loads. So I was like, I've got quite a few to choose. And yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was week 2. Oh, no, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Sam, please. We should go in week order. I don't know why we didn't.
That's what I was.
Anyway, it makes more sense.
Yeah, I was week 2. So happy you liked Blood and Steel. That's one of my favorite series of all time. It's so good. And so I was like, yeah, of course that has to be the pick because if you read anything else, it's just not gonna hold up in my eyes. I also haven't read City of Gods and Monsters, but it's like on my hopefully very immediate TBR because the 4th book just came out. Everyone loves it. Mm-hmm. Nat Cassidy was like one of those things where it's like, okay, it's culty, it's like a retelling, like there's a lot going on with Mary.
I do,
but I know that. Yes, and that's what the take that I kind of took with it because it's not marketed as a cult book. Yeah. But I was like, Nat Cassidy is for most people. It's just not every book might be. But I was like, this will probably be one of those authors that you'll at least enjoy if it's not this one. So I'm glad you like Nestlings. Yeah. Have you read his When the Wolf Comes Home yet?
No, I haven't yet.
Okay, because I'm interested to see what's the tiebreaker for you, like which side you lean more on.
I do have their Rest Stop book. I just got that, but I heard
don't do it. Don't do it.
Okay.
Don't do it.
And I think you should give Mr. Magic a try. It's also kind of culty, but like a religious culty type thing. But the magic system's cool, and I love it so much.
You said the same thing. 4 Paws in a Book was like they're actually very different. I was like,
very different. Yay. It's the author was like reconstructing like their religious past basically with it, and I think it was just marvelous. But I like the author. I loved Hyde. I just recently read the graphic novel version. I'm a big fan. So I have bad taste sometimes. And then I gave you Heartless Hunter, and I don't remember what I exchanged or why, but I remember
were you Fear the Flames?
Yes.
I was like, didn't read that because I have the indie pub. And I wanted to read that first because I've heard the trad pub was so bad. And so I was just like, I can't, like, I've heard like it was just not edited well. And so I was just like, okay, I want to read my indie pub version before I read the trad pub. So I said no to that.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So I was bummed about that. And then I gave you Heartless Hunter. I was like, this is a shoo-in. And they were like, I'm already reading it. I'm like, well, this sucks because I knew it would be the right one.
I did love it. And I gave it 5 stars.
I know. So I was very bummed. I was like, with Half a Soul and with Heartless Hunter, I was like, these are 2 that I was like, these are going to be great recs. They're going to pick them. And then you're like, well, we're already reading them. I was like, okay, well, I did good at least.
You did. You did.
Conspiracy. We were all against you. We were watching your computer. We're like, oh, Sam's going to recommend this. Let's start it.
yeah, no, I was like, okay, that's fine. That's fine. At least I'm like recommending things that are still good, even if it doesn't work out at the time. But yeah, that's my spiel.
And then I was week 3. You got that right. Okay, so when I was talking about not being experienced with a lot of the stuff outside of fantasy, with people's sci-fi and horror recommendations, I was having to recommend stuff I hadn't read. But the thing I had the hardest time with was romantasy, because I love a romance in my fantasy books, but I like the kind of romance where it takes like over a book for them to even start getting feelings. And so
I love that too. I get that.
like, if it's a romantasy book though, like how do you even know if it classifies as that until you get to that point? So it's hard to recommend first books for that.
Don't get me started on classifying books as romantasy.
Yeah.
The vibe, guys. The vibe.
Yeah. And so I was having to like look for books that were romantasy, but like since our tastes are different with that, I had to find ones that like I had any faith in too. And so it was like hard because like I was like trying to find ones that I thought you would like, but also that I didn't read and like think, oh no, I don't think that I would like that. You know what I mean? And so I went down the rabbit hole into romantasy books, like, and just found ones that were, that's why they were like, you said that there were 2 you hadn't heard of, right? Yeah. That's how that happened.
I love that.
But for horror with Boys in the Valley, when I had already used my, 2 exchange tickets, and I think Danny had said that we could possibly work something out since you had.
Since I said too late.
Yeah, but I just felt so awkward because I had already used my 2, so I was like, no, I don't want to do that. Like it feels like unfair and stuff. So I just went down to the second book.
I mean, I totally get that. Although it's funny that you say the romantasy thing, because it's like Song of the Dark Wood could not be more hot and heavy after 2 pages.
I hadn't read it.
I was like, oh, okay. I was like, well, we're going there.
That's funny.
It was a time.
I was week 4, and so I did a deep dive. Like I was like, I need to know everything about romantasy because I don't know anything. Did I learn anything? No, I absolutely don't feel any more knowledgeable. Because so I was like, ooh, okay, Servant of Earth. I actually read that. So I secretly read it because I was like, ooh, what if I surprise Rainey and tell her I've read this book? And you know what's funny? And I know that romantasy people are going to be like, Leandra, you need to shut your mouth, because I was like, oh, well, this is clearly better than When the Moon Hatched. I hadn't read Fourth Wing yet, but I was like, when I read Fourth Wing, I'm like, yeah, Servant of Earth is way better than that. And so I was like, okay, like I feel really, really confident with this recommendation. And you did not vibe with it, understandably.
But does that surprise you that you loved it and I didn't?
Yeah, well, it doesn't. You know what? That's what just shows me. And I also based it off of Cassidy, because I basically was looking at covers with Cassidy. What is she like? That's where, and I think I found Blood and Steel that way as well. And I was like, but I want to have more fun with this and just say, and like recommend you a book that I've read, because I knew that would be like crazy. And so I, took the points because I was like, oh, well, I think this would be interesting. And what's weird is that so obviously I then recommended Nestlings as well. In one of your videos, you said you were like, there's 2 horror that I really, really want to get. And you didn't really say what they were. But I was like, I think they're Nestlings and the eyes are the best part.
Yeah, they were. I don't know how you did that.
Because I'm good, or not. We'll see. But with that, what's crazy about it is you just happened, depending on it wasn't necessarily depending on the order. You probably would have had your feelings no matter what. But it's funny how other recommendations were books you thought of, or kind of made you think of a certain thing going in. So with Crow Prince, you'd read that before Servant of Earth. And so you were thinking about that, a book you just DNF'd. And then with Nestlings, you were worried about it because of Mary. And I was worried too, because I read Mary with you. And I was like, oh God. I was like, well, at least I'm prepared. At least I know she's going to hate it. And I already know. You didn't.
Yeah, but the thing is, Nat Cassidy's a really great writer. So I wanted to, I still really enjoyed the book, the writing, but the story just didn't work for me. So then I was just like, maybe this one will work, because he really is a good writer. I will say that. So I was just I was just hoping and praying.
And what did you give Mary? Remind me, was it 2.5?
2.5. I was going to give it a 3 because of the writing. And then I was like, I just can't. I was literally skimming the last like 50, 60 pages. I didn't want to finish this book.
I think you were actually also going to give it a 2. And then I kind of talked you out of it because I was like, if she like at least reads and finishes Nestlings and likes it a little bit more, that's the bar. Like I was like, you need to finish, because you were even thinking about DNFing Mary. And I was like, no. You've got to.
I knew once I had gotten over 50% of Mary that I wasn't going to DNF because I had DNF'd like 4 other books at this point. And I was like, you cannot be the evil person that you are. And I still kind of was, but it's fine.
I lucked out that you read mine last because you might have DNF'd them if you read them first. Possibly. Well, not Nestlings, but with Servant of Earth, maybe.
Oh, I definitely would have. Yes.
Yeah. So I definitely lucked out with that one. And then I was the one who recommended you Nocticadia. I recommended the dark romance. Mainly because that was and you know what? I knew that would be like out of left field, wouldn't maybe not be me, but I also knew, because you and I had talked about this way before we all decided what our categories were going to be. You thought about doing dark romance. And so I was already looking into dark romance because I knew that you might choose it. And then you kind of like switched it up on me being like, okay, romantasy and horror. And I was like, I'm not going to let this recommendation go to waste. I'm going to throw in Nocticadia.
I'm so glad you didn't, because it's so good.
Yeah.
I wish you'd gone for dark romance. I had loads for those.
I did
I'm so
not.
glad you didn't.
I was scared that I was going to get a lot of. Well, first off, dark romance. Everybody's interpretation of dark romance is different. So I could have gotten like Butcher and Blackbird, which I don't really think is dark romance, and it's more comedic, and I don't like that sort of thing. Or I could have gotten like every trigger warning under the sun and be scared. So I wasn't confident in all of your recommending abilities for that.
I get that. Yep.
Any other comments on Rainey's recommendations?
Don't choose romantasy. If we have another one, just don't do it. Don't do it, because I think I'm just gonna cry.
I mean, I can't promise that.
I also might do romantasy next time. If there's ever an opportunity.
I really wish you had. I'll just say that when we get to yours.
I don't know if it would have impacted me. I don't think I did well with you either way. Like, I don't think it would have changed anything for me. But, you know, I would have been lucky.
Let's talk about Victoria's recommendations. So, Victoria, what did you think about your original lists?
Sorry about all the background noise.
No worries.
So, for a lot of these, so on week 1, I had heard of the Rose Bargain because it was on like my anticipated releases, I think, or it was just one that I had noticed that was going to be coming out because it came out in 2025. But the other 3 I hadn't heard of, I don't think. So those are all like new to me. I didn't really have any what am I thinking of? Like early thoughts on them. For week 2, I had heard of Leviathan Wakes, and I think that was one that I had been like interested in reading, but I think it's like a pretty big book too, right? And so I was a little bit nervous about that one. Honestly, a lot of these I hadn't heard of, but on week 3 had the most that like I knew about, was interested in, because Empire of the Vampire, The Ninth Reign, and Children of Time were all books that were like on my TBR, like I wanted to read. I did not know How High We Go in the Dark. And Empire of the Vampire, ended up being a DNF for me. I'm sorry. But I don't know. I guess I probably should have gone on to The Ninth Reign, but I had been wanting to read Empire of the Vampire, so it wasn't like just giving it a shot. I thought it would be one that would work for me, But week 4, Dungeon Crawler Carl, I felt like was like a very, I don't know if like safe, like maybe safe pick, like just, like I had been really into lit RPGs for a little while now. And that was like a big one that had been really popular recently that I surprisingly just hadn't gotten to yet. Because I was like, the cover is like all macho and stuff, like the original covers, I think, were like more like macho and stuff. So I just hadn't given it a shot yet. But like, it makes sense like that someone would recommend that to me, and it worked out. Empire Silence, I want to read that really bad. Like after I started reading the books for this competition and stuff, one of my friends started reading that book and really loved it. So I'm sad that I didn't get to read that, but I also really loved how Rory Thorne destroyed the multiverse. So it worked out. And then the Vanished Birds, I'm trying to remember what that was about. But the Vanished Birds and the Dragon, the Last Dragon on Mars, that one was like, was it middle grade or YA?
I think it's middle grade.
Middle grade? Yeah. And I like middle grade. I had more faith, I guess, in the other ones, you know? The Failures and the Will of the Many. The Failures had been on my anticipated releases too. And then the Will of the Many has been like, owned it on my TBR shelf like for a long time. Yeah.
Anyone want to spill the beans on who recommended what?
Well, I was week 1, and I would say that I would almost like to switch both of mine. I would have been interested to see your thoughts on my second choice for each of them. With the Rose Bargain, I took a shot because it was described as 2 titles that you had really enjoyed in the past. There's the one with like 2 soldiers and it's kind of cotton candy colored cover, something about a broken heart or something.
The Once Upon a Broken Heart.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
So it was compared to that, and I think also Cruel Print or something like that. And I knew that you read both of those, and I was like, okay, well, I mean, I guess that sounds like something you'd like, but I think I might have gone with the Frost Heart, which is a middle grade, which is just enjoyable for kind of like for fun. With Hunt the Stars, because I know you like a romance, like in addition to it, and I knew you wanted to go into sci-fi. I kind of feel like that's an easy entry into sci-fi because it's a bit more space opera. But Sea of Tranquility is more soft sci-fi. It's time travel, and I feel like it kind of leans towards how you enjoyed Katsuo Ishiguro, like Clara in the Sun. I felt like it fit in that realm. So I'm like, it might have been, something to consider. But with Battle Rex, I was the Last Dragon on Mars. And in your video, you're like, I would choose the Last Dragon on Mars, but I kind of want to challenge myself. And so I'm not choosing it. And I was like, what do you mean? Why would you want to challenge yourself? I'm like, or what? I messaged Danny immediately and I was like, how dare she challenge herself? But I understand.
Yeah, well, because so I ended up finding an audiobook for The Failures, but initially I thought I was going to have to physical read both The Failures and The Will of the Many, and they're like huge books, and they were just gonna like The Will of the Many was just gonna sit on my shelf forever and just never get picked up, and so I was like, I need to at least definitely get that one. But I don't think The Rose Bargain and Hunt the Stars were like bad choices. They just weren't like new favorites, you know. They were like, yeah, that was good.
I'll be interested if you continue with Hunter, because Danny's read that series as well, and I think Danny, is your favorite couple the second? Like, is that your favorite book? So I don't know if you would align with Danny. My favorite book is book 1, but like I know that book 2 is a big favorite of a lot of people too. If you were to continue, I might not want to read book 3. Neither of us were impressed with book 3.
I will say, when I saw The Rose Bargain, at least because it's marketed this way, I was like, ooh, a YA romantasy for Victoria.
And then Rainey had me second guessing myself because I did Leandra initially as my prediction for week 1. And then when we were like talking in the Discord and stuff, and then you were like, oh, they're both like, not romantic, but they both were like heavy in the romance. And I was like, wait a minute.
Calling out herself. Yeah.
It's causing chaos, you know.
Well, I was week 2. And I actually, for this one, Victoria, you were the only person that I didn't second guess my choices on. Because I ended up going with 3 books I'd read, which was both the fantasy and the sci-fi. And the reason why I went for them is because that sci-fi was like my first intro into sci-fi, and I just found it so fun and entertaining and kind of silly. And I thought as an intro to sci-fi, it's a good one. And then for the fantasy, I went for those two because I never see people talking about them. And I really like both. I think The Shadow of the Fox, it's stronger. Third book made me cry, like sobs. I was a mess. And so I knew like the first book is it just building up to things, and but I thought it was worth it. I just really wanted a couple books that I don't see talked about much. And this Savage Song is like V. Schwab's probably least talked about book, like duology, and it's so inventive, it's so different. So I was just like, yeah, that's it, those are the four. And then I went with one sci-fi that I haven't read but I was interested in. So I was like, if you go for it, at least I can get an idea of whether it's good, whether or not I want to read it or not. So that's what I did for that. And then your battle rec was The Vanished Birds, and this was another case of a sci-fi that I was interested in reading. So I was like, let me just get somebody else to read it so I can see if it's good.
Yeah. Aurora Rising, overall, like I liked it pretty good. I'm sure since you've read it, you probably watched like the spoiler part where I was like talking about what was going on in that. And so I don't want to like, give spoilers for it and stuff, but I thought that was funny that I was like, that they were like being brave because like if I hadn't been reading it for the competition, I would have DNF for that one thing, and then it ended up being okay. Like, but Shadow of the Fox, yeah, it was just all right to me. I don't know, like I guess it just felt like I needed to be watching it as like an anime.
Yeah, I think that one very much is like, more anime. Like since I hadn't watched much anime before reading that book, but since I've watched more, and I'm like, yeah, I agree, that would work better, I think, as watching it. But
so I guess I'll go. I was week 3. And one, I really, really, really wish I hadn't given you Empire of the Vampire, because a week later I read it with Danny and Nell and Leandra, and we all DNF'd, and it was so bad. And I was like, as soon as that happened, I went, no, I regret all my life choices. And then I was like, maybe, just maybe, because you kind of have like, stop. Sorry, Lincoln is in here now. You kind of have liked like the dude bro-y fantasy books, and I was just like, maybe it'll happen. And then I was like, no, it's gonna be DNF. And honestly, totally fair. I didn't want to make you suffer, if we're being honest. So I wish that I had switched those. I really wish I had, but you don't know till you know. Because also I'm just really shocked at all the people, all the girls especially, that like Empire of the Vampire. I'm like, did we read the same book? I don't know. So that was that. And then Children of Time, I just felt really good about that. Honestly, I felt good about both sci-fi books. So if you had to read the second one, I would have felt fine about. But you were definitely my hardest person to pick for. I was like, she DNFs. Like, you said one time you DNF'd because the character farted in a book or something. And I was just like, I'm going to be screwed. Whatever I give her, she's just going to DNF. But then, I ended up being the DNF Nazi. So that's...
Yeah, I ended up loving Children of Time, so that was a great pick. And honestly, I'm not even mad about Empire of the Vampire, since it was one that like I wanted to get to. Like, I mean, that didn't work out for you, but
I'm sad. And then I gave you The Failures because it was an anticipated read for you, and Danny also had it as an anticipated read. And I honestly also almost gave that to Danny, but I don't know if you had read it yet, or if I don't know when you read that, but
I hadn't read it at that point in time. I read it right after
gave that to you, but then I was like, no, I need something for Victoria, so I gave it to Victoria. And I'm glad I did, because you liked it. So it worked out for me.
It was really good.
That leaves me week 4. So I knew from our first conversation, I think we were on a live show, or it was like a behind the scenes, like when we were starting the championship round, we had like talked. Sorry to everybody that was around us, but we were like, oh, let's talk about D&D really quick. It's like something we connected on. And so I was like, oh, it has to be Dungeon Crawler Carl. I hate the title with a passion though. But I knew that was going to be like a good pick. And I was so scared everyone would recommend it, because this was like before it was like really like you're seeing it everywhere right now. And so I was like, I've known about it for a while. And so I was like, this is a safe pick, but also like somebody else could easily recommend it. I honestly don't remember what Aching God is, so I don't know why I picked it. I was just there. But I would have given you Empire of Silence as my first pick. The reason I didn't was because, again, I thought it was like a popular science fiction fantasy. So I had thought somebody else would recommend it. And so I wanted it as the second just in case. But I'm glad that you really liked the pick that I did give you, because I hadn't heard anyone ever talk about it. I hadn't seen it anywhere. It just sounded on paper like it would fit well. So I'm glad it worked out. And then, yeah, I gave you The Will of the Many. So I was like, sorry, you have to do it. I too also need to read it, so that's part of the reason why.
So when you picked How Rory Thorn Destroyed the Multiverse, was there any description of it being like fairy tale like, or was that just like perfect coincidence? Or
I googled science fiction fairy tales.
Oh,
I looked at recommendations.
Yeah, honestly, I forgot about our D&D conversation until you just said something, so that makes sense. I just assume. Well, actually, I don't remember. I know I made a video a long time ago about Lit RPG, but I don't remember if I did it before or after our deadline for making our selections. So I don't know if that would have been like a thing when people were like picking recommendations and stuff. But yeah, great picks.
Wow.
I think I'm the first person that like completely butchered my predictions of like who recommended what.
I think we'll talk about like who tricked the most people and who was the most predicted. So we'll talk about that. Yeah. But before we do, we need to get to Sam's recommendations. Oop, I went too far. Go back. So these were Sam's recommendations.
I was pretty excited for most of them. I had heard of a lot of them. I think there was 3 in total I hadn't heard of, if not maybe 2. But now that I'm looking at the list, I'm familiar with it now, so I don't really remember. I knew that the Terrace Trials was one I hadn't heard of, and I'm still interested in reading that one. So yeah, week 1, I think good picks, because Lucy Undying, I have such fond memories over. Every time I have butter chicken, I get really excited and happy, and I think of that book. And The Will in the Wilds was one I hadn't heard of as well, and was kind of a gamble because it's like kind of got that romantic-y elements, but was more fantasy leaning. Good thing Log Live Evil was not chosen, because I DNF'd that like 20 pages in. Was not a fan of the writings for that one, unfortunately. And then Where the Dark Stands Still, Curious Tides are both on my physical TBR, so I think those were both solid picks. Bury Your Gaze, I like Chuck Tingle, but this one, Hollywood, is kind of like a struggling horror category for me, because I just don't love famous type books. And I wish Bloom was the pick, because I read Bloom after and I gave it 4.5 stars. It was so good. And so that was kind of unfortunate. Ninth Grade was the one book I was so excited for, and I actually physically purchased that book because of the competition, and also bought the audiobook, and wish that I liked it a little bit more, but I did have a fun time with it. And then The Hurricane Wars makes me nervous, because I know it's a Kylo Ren fanfic traditionally published thing, and so I was nervous if I had to read that one, so I'm lucky I didn't have to go with it, but I will eventually, because it's sitting on my shelf. The Bog Wife I bought as my book of the month birthday gift, because I was excited for that one. And the more that I sit with it, the more I just love it, weirdly enough. Like, the more time that has passed, I just think of it fondly, and every time I read any similar horror, I just go, Bog Wife. It was kind of better in whatever realm. The atmosphere was really great. And I really want to read Lost in the Garden. It's very high on my TBR this year. And then A Sorcerer's Come and Call. T. Kingfisher and I really go back and forth on a love-hate relationship, but out of the fantasies I've read, Keyboard Cat, I enjoyed it more than Nettle and Bone. But yeah, T. Kingfisher, the cozy fantasy with some horror elements, is just a little bit wishy-washy for me. And Ember in the Ashes is also on my physical TBR, and I hope to get to that one soon. Chlorine, I really thought I was going to love. It's a coming-of-age horror that everybody loves, and it just did not work for me whatsoever, but I was really excited to at least have read it. And I got Tender as the Flesh for a Christmas present, so I'll get to that one, but I'm kind of glad I didn't have to read it in a vlog where I have to like digest everything, because I know that one is a little bit intense. And then as for my battle recs, Immortal Dark, my best book of the year, I think. if not second place, best of the year. Had a fantastic time, which is funny because I started in January, had to return the audiobook, put it down for months, got back into it, and I was like, oh no, this is way better than I thought it was, and I fell in love with it. Excuse me. So This Is Ever After was on my TBR forever. It was on my priority list on Goodreads. I was very excited for it, but I think it's just a little bit too young for the books that I'm reading nowadays. And then Invocations is on my TBR, and kind of wish that I chose that one instead, just after hindsight reading So This Is Ever After. And I've read Chain Gang All Stars, and I gave that one, I think, 4 stars. And I did enjoy it, but it wasn't a favorite. So yeah.
So
Who was our week one recommender?
I was week one. For the 2 horror recommendations, I hadn't read either of those. But I'm really glad that Lucy Undying ended up working out. I wasn't like, it was kind of hard. Like, I mean, it's so hard because like I've read like 2 horror books, I think. But I'm glad that ended up working out. The fantasy books, I think that this round has the most books I recommended to someone that like I actually read, because I read both of the 2 fantasy recommendations that I gave to you. I'm so sad to hear that you ended up DNFing Long Live Evil, because I just thought that was such a fun time.
I think I'll try it again in the future. I think my expectations when I went into it were vastly different than what it was. So the setup, I was like, what is happening? So I'll probably revisit. But
The Will in the Wilds, I read that before and I really liked it. The one thing I didn't like about it was how she treated her dad in that book. But the reason why I recommended it to you was I felt like the eerie forest vibes reminded me a lot of the vibes in, what is that forest duology that's like popular? That it's like a romantasy.
The Throne books. The Wolf, like the one Giver to the Wolf or whatever.
No. I'm gonna have to do one look. There's a book that you read that you loved that there's like a forest thing that like they can't go in and stuff, and it reminded me of that. And like I'll get back to you when I do some Googling. But yeah, so because you read and loved a mysterious book that I can't remember the name of, I felt like that would be like a good fit for that, but ended up like just not really working, but that's okay. Also, I think I liked The Will in the Wilds probably a little bit more than you did, because it also kind of has like that fairy tale aspect that I like. Yeah. So. And then for Battle Rex, actually don't remember what I recommended. Was it Immortal Dark? Do you know, Danny?
Let's see.
It wasn't me. I didn't recommend Immortal Dark. I think it was you. All of us are shaking our head.
Okay. Yeah. So I recommend Immortal Dark.
Nailed it.
Yeah. So
crushed it with that one. Nobody else seems to like that book.
I didn't hate it. I gave it a 3.5. And I will say, when I was reading it physically and audio at the same time, I was loving it. And then I had to switch to just audio for some reason, because like I got busy with school, and then it tanked for me. So I think I would have liked it more had I kept reading it physically. I think I just got confused, and there was a lot going on, and I was like, no.
No, before this, I watched like an hour-long review of somebody talking about it, and they only listened to the audiobook. So maybe that is part of the fault.
Yeah, I don't think the audio is actually very good for it. Yeah.
I was week 2, and let me see if I can remember anything. I wasn't sure about my order. I guess like the uncertainty of like, would it, like I guess you said you read Bloom, so I would know that would have been a better recommendation. My reason for Bury Your Gaze was because you liked Mr. Magic, which is television entertainment. I didn't realize that you didn't like books with entertainment in it. So I was like, oh, okay, so Mr. Magic might have been an outlier, or just didn't focus on it as much. And then Where the Dark Stands Still, I feel like it just, someone was describing it as like, there were a few things that they were describing it as that related to other books that you had liked in the past. So I was like, okay. And then Curious Tides, I think I was worried about content warning or something. I didn't know if you would like some of the content in there from what I was looking into. I can't remember. But I wasn't sold on my order. The one thing I might have done, I debated, but I just decided that I just was like, oh, well, the penalty probably doesn't affect me that much anyway, is that Bury Your Gaze was recommended to you twice originally. And so it was I was given the option to use an exchange ticket. I didn't use any of my exchange tickets. I had 2 opportunities and I was like, no, we're fine. So I didn't. And the other one, the only asterisk is like Battle Rec. So it was a Battle Rec recommended to you. And I just was like, I just kept it. So I could have, if I was more afraid, I guess, or cared, I could have been like, oh God, and then like remove Bury Your Gaze, and then you would have read Bloom. But I was like, we'll go with it. And then for Battle, what?
Poor Victoria. You guys were playing chicken with Victoria because both of those happened. Like Bury Your Gaze was originally Victoria's pick, and she exchanged it.
No, well, Victoria said she was Immortal Dark.
No. I thought you were in Vacations.
No, I was in Vacations.
Okay, never mind.
Although I almost gave Sam Bury Your Gaze too, but it didn't make the cut for me. So I almost would have had to use an exchange ticket for it, but I didn't pick it initially.
Okay. Yeah, because I was like, wait, what's going on? And then my Battle Rec was So This Is Ever After. And really my strategy when it came to Battle Recs was just like, what's a title that someone would choose? Like, not that I think that they, like, I obviously would hope that everyone would enjoy it, but I was like, that's the one where I've got to like trick you into choosing it versus me being like, I know what's best for you, read this book. So I was like, I feel like you would choose it as like a light read, probably an easy audiobook. And I was like, I feel like this would be like an easy read for you compared to what we might recommend you with like darker, maybe more gothic things. And I was like, you might want a break. And so that's why I went with So This Is Ever After. And I knew that Jess loved it. Jess, the Hex Library. And I feel like you two vibed during round 4, was it? And so I was like, I feel like maybe if Jess loved it, you would enjoy it at least. So, yeah.
I found the duology I was talking about. One Dark Window.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, I was week 3. And I had 3 on here that I hadn't read. So it's kind of like a complete reversal of Victoria. So the only one I'd read is Ninth Reign. And I saw it on your Goodreads, like, want to read list. And I was like, well, that's a good book. That's underrated. More people need to read it. But I did think to myself, you're not going to like rate it too high because you were going through a bit of a like more into romantasy, and this is very much not that. So I was like, it's a risk, but this was one of the times like I was literally choosing. My strategy was, okay, make them read books I haven't read and I want to know if they're good, or read books that people don't talk about enough. That's my strategy. The only one that didn't like I wasn't like that with was Rainey. That was a whole different thing. But yeah, so Ninth Reign was that. And then The Hurricane was honestly a last minute thing because I'd got it on Kindle for 99 pence. And I started reading the opening lines and I was like, I like this. This is pretty good. Okay, I'm interested. So I thought, give it to Sam. And then the horror ones, The Bogwife is because we both liked Last Tale of the Flower Bride. And it was kind of giving me that same sort of like atmospheric vibes, and it's one that I was really interested in reading. So I was like, I'm gonna see if she likes it, because if she likes it, then I would probably like it, because we both liked Last Tale of the Flower Bride so much. And then Lost in the Garden was, again, it's on my radar, although I ended up DNFing that one. So I kind of keep going between going back to it or not, but yeah. And then for no, sorry, go on.
For Ninth Reign, excellent pick, because the amount of comments that I got on that video specifically being like, I need to read the Ninth Reign, like so many people got interested in it. So you did great with that part.
It's so underrated. Like, I think it's just so, it does something different with fantasy, and that is something that you just don't see much, I feel like. So I enjoyed it, but yeah. And then Chengang All Stars was my battle rec that I gave you, just because, again, this is one that had been sat on my Kindle for a while, and I was like, it's a little bit different, but I think, you know, possibly you could like it. And then obviously, you know that I read it. It was okay. You know, you liked it more than I did, so that was all right. But obviously not for this. So
Oh, I guess I'm up. Well, I was week 4, and I actually didn't. Okay,
I don't understand.
Okay, you can't talk to me right now. I'm doing this. I'll talk to you in a minute, Lincoln. What was I saying? A source. Oh yeah, T. Kingfisher. I didn't actually realize that you had read from before. I just didn't catch that. But I also, I don't know. I don't know. I thought of it and I was like, yeah, Sam. I don't know. I just thought it might work. Which you didn't hate it. So honestly, I'll take that. The Ember and the Ashes I hadn't read at the time. I've read it now. And I think you might have liked it, but I know you also don't like SA. And I feel like there's not necessarily that it was like on page, but they just continually kept talking about like threatening to grape a character, and I was just like, I'm really kind of glad that was my second choice and that I didn't go with that, but I didn't know that was going to be in that book. I still enjoyed it, but that kind of threw that off for me a little. And then Chlorine, it's a weird girl horror book. I thought that it'd be good. No, I actually DNF'd it. I didn't like it. But I also know that like weird girl horror is subjective. So I was like, okay, like maybe it'll be the one that works for Sam, because also everyone that I've seen read it really loved it. So I just kind of was like, that's a shot in the dark, but you never know. And The Tenderest Flesh, oh my gosh, I really love that book. I really do. And it is not for the faint of heart, I will say. But I also was like, if anyone would be like, yeah, it'd be Sam. So I was just probably Sam will get all my weird horror, and it'll either work or it won't. And so it half didn't. And then I gave you Invocations, which I don't even know what did I switch that for, because it has a star. I don't know what I gave initially. I can't remember.
Bury your gaze.
Oh, that's where it was. Bury your gaze. Yes, because I knew that it was on your week 2, and so I was just like, oh, I have an exchange ticket. I can easily change that out. Which glad I did, because you didn't like it anyway. But I thought maybe you'd like Invocations, but I didn't know that you hadn't loved House of Hollow, which I loved so very much. It's like a favorite YA horror for me. So then when you were saying that, I was like, oh, dang it. Yeah, that was me.
La, la, la.
Anything else for Sam?
You were mean. No, to be fair, in all honesty, the person I was most terrified that was going to give out all the DNFs was Victoria, because like it openly said how you DNF books, and I'm there like panicking, and then the videos start coming through, and I'm like, oh, Sam, I felt really bad for you, Sam, because like your reading year just hasn't been hitting, and I was like, oh, I really, like, I just felt like, it's so frustrating when you hit that lull. There is nothing you can do about it, and it does, and it's just frustrating. But then, Rainey came out left field, DNF and everything, so.
I'm so sorry, I didn't. I wasn't prepared.
The Wild West over in Rainey's corner.
Well, okay, to be fair, Leandra has encouraged my DNF era, and I had just awoken the beast when we started this, because I used to never DNF. Like last year, I think I DNF'd 4 books. I've DNF'd like 12. Like, who is she? Now, half of them have been this competition, but
I definitely take the blame, because I think this year I've DNF'd. I think I've DNF'd over 30 books thus far this year, and I am happier for it.
I was happier for it as well. I just felt terrible because I was like, these people spent time.
I know, yeah.
I think I have multiple DNFs a week.
Yeah.
That's why I was scared.
Right? That's exactly why. Although seeing that I was really nice in this competition, because there were 3 books I wanted to DNF, and I DNF'd 1.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the competition made me not want to DNF as much as I would have.
Yeah.
And then when it was the 1 DNF, I was like, no. And then you kept saying, I should DNF this other book. I'm like, you should.
Do it. spread the negative.
Yeah.
I've only DNF'd 4 books this entire year.
Wow.
Yeah, that is, maybe that's your problem. Sam, you got
my problem.
I think I've DNF'd 30. I think I'm at 30 now.
Yeah, you also you DNF'd like 5 in a week, like in the first week of July or something like that. Like you were almost
I was like, nope.
Yeah.
Speaking of my reads, I did only have 1 DNF. Unfortunately, that DNF was recommended to me twice with The Spear Cuts Through Water. It's a bit of a bummer. As far as my recommendations go, I was very impressed with my recs because I think out of these, the ones I had heard of, Children of Time, but really I'd only heard of that because I had been liking Adrian Tchaikovsky. The Wandering Inn I had heard of prior to the competition. We Are the Dead I had heard of but forgotten about. It was the one that got lost in my Kindle. And The Justice of Kings, Master of Gin, Spear Cuts Through Water, and The Master of Sorrows. I think those are the ones that I had heard of. So there were a lot of books on this list that I hadn't heard of before, and most of them were hard to get a hold of. Like my library doesn't have these books. And so, which that was very fun though, in order to, because they're books that I would not have picked up without this competition. And I had a really good time. My lowest rating, I think, was a 3.75 other than the DNF. So I had a good time with all of mine. I did put my predictions up on the PowerPoint just because I didn't have like a title. I didn't get to choose my genres, just for those of you in the audience. So like everyone else got to choose like mystery, sci-fi, fantasy, horror, whatever. And I just got to read whatever was given to me. And so I had a little space on the PowerPoint to put my predictions. So what do you guys get to tell me?
Well, I was week number 1. And I also, before I get into that, the one thing I will say that I know, because Danny and I talk, we're friends, crazy. But toward the end of 2024, Danny was like, I'm trying not to read any horror. I'm trying not to read any because I think I'm going to get a bunch in, the battle, like the recommendations. And then it's like none of us, like one. I think you got like one horror. I was like, well, sorry, Danny, I'm not. I know I'm not going that route. So I do think that that's quite funny. So I played around for quite some time. I was pretty solid with my choices. I just didn't know what order I wanted to go in. I was most afraid of The Raven Tower, even though I had read that. That was another one of my secret books, and I really enjoyed it. I gave it 4.5 stars. The reason why I thought about it and was reading it was because it is written in U form, which I know that you and I have enjoyed in the past, Danny, with the 5th season, like that trilogy. And I was like, oh, like this, she'll really like this. But I was like, and I listened to it on audio, and I figured that you were going to try to rely on some audio as much as you can. And I was like, you got to kind of be a little bit patient though, and like let it all work. And I didn't know if you'd get frustrated with it. And it's not the U form that was confusing, but just it's quite a short fantasy as well. And the ending, I was like, oh, she might not like that it's a standalone. Because I know that you prefer series, and I was like, she might want more because you've had issues with standalones in the past. Like you also have liked fantasy standalones, but I was like, I just feel like maybe like if it's meant to be, it's meant to be. She might reject. I didn't know if you were going to reject Hands of the Emperor simply because of accessibility, because I knew it wasn't super accessible. My library had it, but it was like there wasn't an audio, so I didn't know if you would reject it for that too.
And I waited for that one to the end.
Yeah.
If this competition has taught me anything, it's don't wait to read your physical books until the end of the competition.
And it was also I think it was like the longest book that was recommended to you too.
It's like 900 pages.
Yeah. And then with The Wandering Inn, I feel like you talked about that series before, but I was also a little bit worried because it was quite long, and sometimes those like almost self-published, super long, like maybe not RPG, but adventure story, whatever. I was like, they can just go on, and it's not super like nice and tailored. And I was like, I just don't know if this is going to be like, you're going to analyze it and kind of not work. So that Children of Time, we were reading service model. And I was like, but from what I can tell about Children of Time, I hadn't obviously read it because I had to read it for the competition, but I was like, this is I was like, this looks so different that I was like, kind of in the same idea with Small Miracles for Kristen. I was like, I know I'm recommending a book by an author that they've read from before, but I was like, the book is so different that I still think it's a bit of a risk. For you, it worked out. For Kristen, it didn't, which is just, it is what it is. But that's why I was like, you know what, if it doesn't work out, it's not because I was like, oh, copy and paste. It's the same exact story. What I do think is funny is that you, me, and Victoria all were recommended Children of Time. And Victoria, you recommended it to me, right?
Myself, yes.
And then I recommended it to Danny. And like at the time, none of us knew this. And I was like, this is going to be interesting because I'm going to get some insider knowledge on Danny.
And then I recommended it to Victoria.
You recommended it to Victoria.
And I was like, I never heard of it before.
You hadn't even heard of it? See, this was
No.
like a really well known. And this isn't about me, but I expected Children of Time to be recommended to me. That was like one of the well-known sci-fi authors that I thought more of his work was going to be recommended to me, and it wasn't. But yeah, I decided to throw in a sci-fi, even though Danny, I think your bio was fantasy horror, and I was like, I'm going to give Danny a sci-fi.
And it worked out. That was the better book of that blog. Hands of the Emperor could have been a favorite. Unfortunately, the ending didn't work out. And you did trick me. Well, you didn't trick me because I did go ahead and predict you for this, but I was completely like, is this her? Because it's an Adrian Tchaikovsky, and we were buddy reading Hands of the Emperor together. And I was like, would she do that again? Because you did that in round 1.
I did do that in round 1 with you. Apparently that's my biggest trick, is just reading with you guys. But Rainey I read with, and it wasn't mine. But yeah.
It works. Yeah.
Yeah, to an extent. Hands of the Emperor, it did not. I also, because I felt, not that me reading it along with Danny would have convinced her to like it more, but I think I fell off. I think I had to focus on my reads. Like I had one more Battle of the Booktuber book that I was reading, and I was like, let me focus on my battle books before I, help Danny with hers. So, yeah.
I think week 2, my prediction is incorrect. Week 2, my prediction should have been Victoria, right?
I'm actually struggling right now. I can't remember if I'm week 2 or week 3.
I'm week 3. So.
Okay, yes, I am week 2. My brain was malfunctioning. Yeah, so that makes sense. Okay, so I was confused because week 3 there was some that like I am interested in myself, and so I was like, did I recommend those to her? But no, because Ascendant, I specifically remember one of my goals was I wanted to find a YA fantasy book that somehow like maybe I could have actually work for you. That was like something I wanted to try to do, and it seems like it worked. Yay!
It did.
And then We Are the Dead. I hadn't read any of these, but We Are the Dead, and Of Blood and Fire. I think I was just doing my like research stuff. Like it was a lot of vibes. I don't know. I was just having to go based on what seemed like it could work. Good reviews, didn't have trigger stuff, and then sometimes like I would mess up on that too. And I was just, but yeah, I'm really glad that Ascendant worked out.
Yeah,
I will say, when you said that it was me, I was like, I've not heard of a single book of these. Like, I have no idea what any of these books are, so I think that's giving me too much credit.
Yeah, since almost called you Sam. Since Danny has read so much like fantasy and stuff, I was really worried about picking something that seemed like it would match her and like be in her realm and everything, but like I feel like a lot of the good ones that like would be easy to reach for are really well known, and so I was worried about them getting recommended. So like I did with Rainey, I just kind of started going further for like the lesser known stuff and trying to find stuff that was still seemed like it was good, but yeah.
Yeah, you did well. A YA book, I mean, to get a YA book that I liked, that's impressive. As soon as I found out it was a YA, I'm like, oh no, is this going to end in like a really horrible...
You got week 3 correct. You clocked it with being Along the Razor's Edge being a fantasy horror and that being up my alley. The fact I haven't read it still is my biggest crime. The Justice of Kings was a leftover from round 4 recommendations for you. Because it was one of the higher ones, and I was like, yeah, Danny for sure will like it. It's big fantasy. Master of Jinn was another one that I've read, and I didn't necessarily love it, but a lot of people do, and it's got like that crime to it where it's still like mystery fantasy. So I felt like that was a safe pick. And I couldn't tell you why I recommended The Lost Story. I've read it and I didn't like it.
I think that was the only one on this list that I was like, ooh, I kind of hope I don't get that one.
Yeah, I don't know if I read it after I recommended it or before, but I didn't like it and I don't recommend it.
Noted.
So yeah.
Sorry, I was muted. I was week 4. And I am very sad about The Spear Cuts Through Water because every person that I watched said it was like one of the most amazing, unique books of its time for fantasy and had so many amazing things to say about it. But that they were also like, yeah, it was just everyone was saying how amazing it was. But I also had heard how unique it was and like all the stuff. And so I was like, okay, well, it's either going to work for them or I'm not. But I don't know. I thought it was going to be good. And then when I found out that someone else had predicted or like had given it, I doubled down still and was like, no, I just feel like this book is going to be great because so many people loved it. Like everyone loves this book. And so I was very sad when you didn't love it. Guns of the Dawn, I think, isn't that Adrian Tchaikovsky as well? I think it is. Yeah. And it just sounded really good. It did. So I was like, okay, that could be a good one. Harold covers what Cassidy had read. And actually what's funny is I actually almost gave you Along the Razor's Edge instead. That was the one I was going to give you. And then I can't remember why I changed it, but I was like, oh, okay, I'll give you this one. Cause like Cassidy had said that like it came in like, there's like 3 trilogies within, like they all like one's past, one's future. And so I just gave you whichever one she said you should read first. And I was like, I don't know. I feel like this is going to be a good one, which you did like it. So it worked out well. And then We Can Never Leave This Place. I was like, well, I'll throw in a little horror because I know they like horror. And I've loved Eric LaRocca. And I don't know if you've read Eric LaRocca before or not.
I haven't yet.
Okay. Well, I hadn't read that one. But the one that I had read, I was like, that's not for Danny.
Yeah, he's gross. He's not like fun horror. He's disturbing and gross.
Yes. But the one, what is it called? What's the most popular one? It's like
Things Have Gotten Worse Since We Last
Yes. I was like, no, I cannot.
No.
Not give that to Danny. And also then she'll know that I'm really messed up on the inside with horror.
No, that one's good. I don't recommend it to a lot of people.
No.
It's gruesome and hard to read, but it is good. It's twisted.
Yes. But so yeah, I just did a little splash. But and no, it's unfortunate about the spear. It is. So
yeah, I was pretty sad that I didn't like it because I had also heard very good things about it as well. Mm-hmm. So it's a bummer that it didn't work.
Yeah.
Oh, Victoria, you're muted.
I also DNF'd The Spear Cuts Through Water when I attempted it a long time ago. It was really confusing to me.
I just couldn't do it. I was like, I tried really hard. I kind of doubled down when I was trying to read it because I was like, 2 people recommended me this. Like, it has to turn out in a good way.
Yeah. Who's the author of that one?
The one that wrote Vanished Birds. Simon, whatever.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Yeah. Well, see, I got a little bit confused because we'd recommended you 4. I thought because The Spear Cuts Through Water was recommended twice that you would then go down to like the 3rd one for one of them, or like depending on order. So say both me and Rainey gave it to you in the 2nd position, that on one of us you would go down to the 3rd. So I was like, oh, it'll be fine. So I didn't bother swapping it. If I'd really
had to use an exchange ticket.
Yeah, I would have, because I had one left over. And I was like, I would have, because I would have given you Cage of Souls by Adrian Tchaikovsky, but I didn't because I was like, but you've got 4 to choose from. So surely you'd just choose. And I got really confused. I messed up. So I was like, oh no. When your video came out, I was like, oh, the horror.
The horror. Sad day. Yeah.
Well, I gave you Copper Promise because I've got that sat on my shelf, and obviously I know you like Jen Williams because we've both read, and liked Ninth Reign. So I was like, that seems solid. I read the first line of it. I was like, yeah, that'll do. And then Master of Sorrows, because you kept saying how you wanted to read it, like you were interested in it. And in all honesty, I think you would still probably only give it about a 3.5 because that first one's so generic. It's the second book where it really changes and stuff. But, you know, sometimes having a nice generic fantasy can be quite comforting. So, and then The Resurrectionist is just one that I was interested in. So it looked quite cool. Sounded pretty interesting. But yeah, I just kind of messed up. I wish I'd done the swap, but I just messed up because I thought, oh, but you'd just go down one, no? And no.
I will say there are so many books though that like I almost gave you, because I struggled with this for fantasy because I don't read high fantasy, and there were so many I almost gave you, and then I find out later that you read them this year and gave them like 5 stars, 4 stars, and I was like, dang it. Bad day.
That's the thing, like, because we've read so many of similar fantasy that we've both enjoyed. It was then hard to keep coming up with ones that you haven't read that I think would be a higher option. So I had to do a few that I just haven't read that we'll just see what you think because
for sure. Yeah, I know whenever you guys gave me your recommendations, there were some of you that were like, you've read everything.
Yes.
Everything I go into your Goodreads, you're like, you've already read it. I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry. I was very excited. You guys helped me out a lot with my chunky goal this year, reading chunky books, because I think my average page count was like in the 700s, which while I was reading it, I was like, this is so much. But I had fun with a lot of my reads. So I think it just doubles down on the fact that I like chunky books. Let me go back to this screen real quick and let us just talk through a couple of questions before we get to the Mass Booktuber. So first, I want to talk about DNFs. We kind of already talked about this a little bit, but I just want you to talk about, was it harder or easier for you to DNF in the championship round? And yeah, I guess just talk about your experience with the championship round as opposed to the original round in your DNFing. We can go around in rounds. So Leandra, you'll be first.
Yeah, so I didn't DNF at all in round 1 last year. There were books I probably should have DNF'd, and I was like, oh, I'm going to be better about like, not just because it's for the competition. I'm going to DNF if I need to. And then I set the precedent of starting with Sleeping Giants, and I was like, am I going to DNF the first book I pick up? I was like, this is terrible. So then I finished it, which isn't good for anybody. And then I had to stick to that being like, if I'm enjoying a book a little bit more than that, how can I explain DNFing that and not DNF? And so I think this is the worst scenario. Whereas the one thing I'll say in round 1 and in this championship round, the book that I cared for the least or like rated the least, not counting a DNF, was the first book I picked up. Like I remember in round 1, Danny, you know, Dead Girls. And I was like, oh my, like, I don't know what my bad luck is, but it sets the precedent. So then after that, I had to really have a good reason to DNF, in my opinion, because I was just comparing them all, which maybe isn't the right thing either. But it was hard to DNF in the rounds compared to just in general life, because I wanted to give it a chance, because I knew we all talked about how much time and energy we put into finding these recommendations for each other. And so it was really tough to explain, away the idea of like DNFing. So compared to real life, it was hard for me to DNF. Sure. But I don't regret DNFing Jack Glass. But there were a couple other books I probably could have DNF'd. It's just, I think the order of me reading them affected when I was going to DNF and when I wasn't.
Okay. Round 2, Kristen.
Yeah, I mean, I really kind of touched on it a little bit. I would let myself DNF one. So this year in general, I've been DNFing on average about 3 books a month. And there were 3 from, honestly, surprising because they were all cozy. But yeah, I just felt so bad. I was like, yeah, everyone's worked so hard that even just getting a couple of extra points could mean the difference in like, where do we rank and things like this. And I was like, I really have to. If I can get through it and it's only like a little thing that's bothering me, then I'm going to push through. And then I was like, I will let myself have 1, which then I used because I just, God, that book wound me up so much. But yeah. But no, I mean, I would have DNF'd probably 3, maybe 4 in terms of how quick I am to DNF now, but definitely 3 of them. But I was like, I just can't do it. I was like, people have worked too hard for this. Everyone's worked so hard. We've done so much work. I can't. So.
Yeah. Rainey, what about you?
Well, I didn't really, DNFing is always an option, but I didn't think of that in the first round when we did that. Like, I just wasn't thinking like, oh, we can DNF. Like, this for exactly the reason of like, oh, we've worked so hard, like you should read these, because there definitely are books I would have DNF'd in the first round. So when I think Kirsten did DNF, right, in our round, yes, I think maybe, or I think someone
One Dark Window, right? Didn't you DNF that?
Yeah.
Which I almost gave her. Which I
You're like, no, I don't remember.
Actually, no, I did give her that, but it was like my 4th pick, so she didn't get to it. But when she had DNF, then I was like, oh crap, like we're DNFing, okay. And so that was like a thing. So when we got to this one, I was like, okay, so like you could DNF, like allow yourself 1 book, maybe 2, and then just as I was going, I was just like these books are putting me into a slump. Like because I just happened to pick like 2 really great books out the gate, and then I read like 4 in a row that were the ones I didn't like. And so like after the second book, I was just like, I'm gonna like be in a slump, and this is really bad. So then I like messaged Danni, and I was like, Danni, I'm struggling. And she was like, oh, DNF, please. And I was like, everyone's gonna hate me. And I was like, I just have to do what I have to do for my reading sake. And I mean, I don't regret any DNF I did, because I did not like those books. But there are definitely more books I would have DNF had I, wanted to be the meanest person on earth. But, I tried my best, guys. I did.
Yeah, I have to admit, Sam, you were the only person who gave me recommendations that I didn't consider DNFing once.
Small victory. I don't DNF books. I'm a weird completionist. I feel bad for some reason. I did DNF in the first round because triggers and whatnot. And so I don't typically feel the need to like put a book down and like step away from it. So I need to start listening to that a little bit better. I think the only book I would have maybe DNF'd was Chlorine and Bury Your Gaze. But they weren't like so horrendous that I was like, I can't finish them. But also because of the competition, I didn't really want to DNF if possible, because I also don't really give out 1 star. So I was like, well, no one can get lower than a 2. So it'll be fine. But yeah, I don't feel offended when people DNF books that I recommend, because I would rather them have a good time than a bad time. And if not finishing something is going to give them a better time, then like go for it. I don't feel sad or hurt about it, but it is like for competition sake, you're like, oh no, how dare they?
I'm not gonna lie, every vlog of yours as I was watching, I was like, she's gonna DNF this book, she's gonna DNF this book, because you just weren't liking any of them. I was just waiting.
I think my average like still like almost every book that I've read this year has been like 3, maybe 3.5.
Yeah, I feel like in the competition, all you did like you were very narrowed, and like we all kind of recommended around the same bad books. Like there was the outlier of Immortal Dark, so well done, Victoria. But like the rest of us, it was like 2 to 3.5, and I'm like, none of it. Like I was like, honestly, 2.5 is the minimum threshold where I might finish the book. Like I will DNF a book 3.5 or lower if I'm like.
I feel like. Yeah, a lot of like Booktube right now is like, if it's going to be a 3-star, I'm DNFing. And I just haven't quite gotten to that realm of comfortability to be like maybe, I don't want mid-star reads. Yeah.
I feel like maybe it would have helped though, because I felt it's because you had all of your tax season stuff, like you had such like a busy start that maybe being able just to DNF and just hop onto other reads, maybe it would have helped. I don't know. I just spent so much, like when you were doing your videos and stuff, and like I was like, oh, I feel really bad. I wish I could just give her a hug, but you're on the other side of the world, so that's not going to happen. But yeah.
Victoria, what about you?
So in my normal, like outside of the competition reading, like you were saying, I'll DNF if it's below a 3.75 4-star. That's why like I go through so many, because like for me, I'm like on a journey to find my favorite books. I don't need like all the okay stuff, and so for the competition though, I viewed it more as like, if I can get through it, I'm gonna get through it, so I think I didn't DNF anything in the first round, or in the round that I was in, round 3. I think my lowest one was like a 2.75 or something like that. And then in this round, in the championship round, aside from my one DNF, I think my lowest was like a 3.5 or something. So overall, like the ratings and stuff, I think were higher this round than they were in the last one. I also think I had more we read more books and stuff this round too, but I had more in the 4s range too, I think. But with I almost said Empire of Silence, Empire of the Vampire. With Empire of the Vampire, the writing was like a slog for me, because like I wasn't interested in anything that was happening, and it didn't really feel like anything was happening anyways, and I was just like, and then when I realized how far into it I was at, I'm like, I'm 5 hours into this, but that's only a fifth of the way through the book. And like, so yeah.
Yes, this is such a chunky read. Okay. What about, I think I have a couple of questions that I still want you guys to answer. The first one is, do you think that you would change the genres that you selected? So you guys selected like your primary genre and your secondary genre. Would you keep them the same knowing what you do now, or would you pick something different?
Well, for me, so mine, as a reminder for everybody, was mystery and then sci-fi. Originally, I was playing around with mystery and horror, maybe doing sci-fi and horror, just not even playing around with mystery, because I know that I can be very picky about it. And I was like, am I hurting everyone and myself if I choose mystery? So I was playing around with that. And then I realized that with horror, I think I'm even more picky, especially with trigger warnings can surprise you. Because there's just, I feel like there's this, I don't know, there's more stuff that I might suddenly be off put by compared to the other 2 genres. So I settled with mystery and sci-fi. I'm reading a lot more fantasy this year. Like mystery remains my top genre, but I did consider I think it's harder when you know a genre so much, which is part of the competition. I get that that's why, we're supposed to do our top, category, because it's like the test of, can you recommend a book that is someone's favorite or something? But I think that if I did it again, I might do like sci-fi and then fantasy. Even though I don't think I had as much of a clear difference compared to others where like, I think for a few of us, our secondary category did like way better rating wise compared to the first category. I was a mixed bag, but I also, like I said, when we were discussing my options given to me, I was like very hard on what I said no to, which like helped everybody. Like I was like, I helped myself. I helped other people. Like I probably would have DNF'd Luminous Dead. There's a few things that I might have DNF'd Kindred. Like there was a few books that I helped everybody out, like when I said no to it. But that's just because I was like, I want to make sure I'm enjoying the books I'm reading, which of course that's all of our goals. But yeah, I was lucky. I think that's what made the split and made it fortunate. Was that situation. But maybe if I did it again, I would do like sci-fi then fantasy. I know mystery is really hard for this group. And just you guys don't read it as much like Kristen does, but
yeah. See, obviously I went cozy and horror, and I don't think I'd go cozy again. So I love a good cozy book. Obviously it was a hard one because cozy, is so different for everyone. That's why I said I would not veto anyone. So if you thought a book recommendation was cozy, I'd go with it. Because for me, it was like, I can't say, it's too subjective. Like, so I was trying to be as wide as possible, but also it's very niche because not many of you read cozy. And then horror. Now I'm really, really pleased I went with horror. I have loved it. I really got into it. I think that's just going back to like my childhood. I was brought up on Dracula and things like this. So I'm loving it. I'm really enjoying it. I didn't think I was a modern day horror person, and I very much am. Yeah, I'm loving it. But I think what I enjoyed so much about that is because I hadn't read much of it. And so I was getting recommended so many books that I may not have read or picked up and things, and they ended up being so fun that I think I would do that again. I would actually go for 2 genres I haven't read loads of. And so I think I would probably still do horror, because I think there is so much horror, there's so much diversity within horror that I think there's still loads of recommendations for it. but then also sci-fi, because I really want to get into sci-fi. And I feel like because I don't have loads of things to compare it to, I will be kinder on the ratings anyway, because it's not something like fantasy and cozy where I've read loads and loads of those. And so I'm so much more critical. And like mystery, I enjoy, but I know the sort of mystery books I like. So again, I can be a lot more critical. So I think going for genres where I'm not, because I'm just trying, I want all the differences, I think I'll do that in future.
For me, I feel like I don't know, because obviously I love romantasy and I would want to read romantasy, but it's like everyone else said, like the genre that you're most comfortable with, like you're way more picky on, and you're very much like, I know what I like and I know what I don't like. And so like I only liked the one book, Blood and Steel, I think is the only one I like. And the rest of them, I was either like, well, that's not romantasy, which that's a whole other discussion, we all know. Or I was not judgy on that, like, because I also can't, you don't know for sure until you read a book. So like I wouldn't have docked anybody for that anyway, like if it ended up not being romantasy. But as far as horror goes, I'm really glad I picked that, because I used to only read thriller and horror. And then I got into romantasy, and I still do have a bunch of thrillers and horrors on my shelf that I like don't get to anymore. Like they're more like palate cleansers. And I was like missing horror, but I knew I wasn't going to pick them up unless I had to. So I was like, okay, maybe this will like stir my love for it again, which it definitely did. And horror did better than romantasy for me. So I'm really glad I went with horror. If I was to do it again, though, I don't know. I would probably stay with romantasy, because then the only other options I would have given were like romance, and it would have probably been dark romance, because I'm not really a contemporary girly unless you give me a Western cowboy man. So and I don't
very specific.
I don't know if everyone wanted to give me that either. So.
Can you imagine if you were like horror cowboy romance, like specifically I want that, like can you imagine? That'd be hilarious.
And we all recommend the same 4 books.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me it's kind of hard, because like I have my 3 primary genres, and like everyone said, it's like it's hard when, for me, I feel like saying fantasy and horror are such wide genres that it's really hard to know specifically what in it might be a good recommendation. So it's either like get more specific on what you do and don't like to like a very specific degree, but still make it vague enough that you can get a lot of recommendations, or niche down. But I think the other hard part is like you're reading so many of these in a time span back to back. So it's like it's easy to get burnt out if you're reading a lot of horror that's kind of the same. But I think if I would do this again, I might be like dark academia or something and just niche down a little bit more, but still stay in a genre that I'm not constantly reading, but something that I'm like interested in.
I was happy with the 2 that I picked, but like Kristen and y'all were saying, it would be really cool to like get to kind of go out of your comfort zone and like get recommendations for a genre that's like you're less experienced with and stuff. And so if I did that, I could do like horror or something, and that would be good. Except since I have such limited experience with it, I feel like there would need to be like a questionnaire, like, do you like this and this and then, you know, otherwise like I don't know what my tastes are in it to be able to give like a bio, like how we did for the genres and stuff that we did. And like I tried 2 Grady Hendrix books and DNF both of them, and I think he must like gross stuff, because I DNF both of them because they were gross to me. But yeah, I think that would be cool if it was like more experimental. But I'm also, for this round, like I wouldn't change what I did, just because I feel like I'd be probably doing like a disservice to you guys score wise, because I feel like having fantasy in there is at least one of the genres, like kind of give a safety net of recommending to me, you know. But
yeah, I know you guys didn't have to follow my bio as far as like fantasy and horror, but I do think that I would probably always keep fantasy in there, just because I do think that I read such a broad variety of fantasy that I do think it gives a wider net of like, these are books that you could potentially give me. Whereas I think in horror, and really even in sci-fi, I do think I'm a little bit more narrow in what I like in those genres. But okay, my last question for you guys is one that you might not have an answer to, and that is, who do you think the masked booktuber is? So I want to give you guys and people in the audience a chance to guess at who they think this booktuber is. I will, for our audience, go ahead and pop up the recommendations that were given to our masked booktubers, so you guys have what our champions, the information our champions had. I'll read you guys a little bit of our masked booktuber bio, because I know that those of you in the audience wouldn't have had that. Favorite genre was fantasy, and some books they loved was Strange the Dreamer, Name of the Wind, Raybearer. A new genre of interest was dystopian, and they enjoyed the History of Wild Places and the Grace Year. They love quest books, and they hate heist fantasy. So if you have a guess, now is your opportunity to get it out there. For those of you in the comments, you can type out your guess. For those of you on screen, if you have a guess, do you guys want to say them out loud, or do you want to write them out?
I mean, I
what do you want to do, Rainey? Because you and I have the same guess.
I mean, if we could just, I don't know, you say it first.
I don't have a guess, so you guys could just say it.
Yeah,
just say it out loud. Who do you think it is?
Rainey, we'll do it in 3, 2, 1, then say it.
Okay.
Okay, ready?
3,
2,
2,
1.
Brittany loves reading.
That's who we think the masked booktuber is.
Because she loves Strange the Dreamer. She loves Raybearer. She loves Name of the Wind.
She doesn't like heist books.
Yes, she hates heist books. She loves Quest. She loved History of Wild Places. She loved The Grace Year. And also, she has said these things in videos since this has come out.
Yeah, like we've confirmed our thoughts. So that, anyway, so if this is not Brittany needs to know who this person is, because they are the same person.
Oh, and we do think that someone was standing in for her in the videos.
Yeah, like maybe, I don't know, like possibly her mom or a friend or something, an aunt, relative.
So,
anyone else have a guess?
No, the video is all I had going off for ideas, and I was like, it's got to be Danny's mom.
Oh no, I'm scared, Leandra.
I know, honestly, like everything's been fine. Suddenly now my heart's picked up. Like,
although
this is actually the most nerve-wracking.
I will say, if it was Brittany, then I was confused with This Woven Kingdom, only because I know she's more recently gotten to her romantasy era because I'm forcing it down her throat and I'm making her read romantasy. But I for sure thought she would have picked the Poppy War or the Sword of Kaigan, but then actually not the Poppy War, because she told me she doesn't like slasher, or what did she call it? Hack slash. That's what she said. Like fantasy books where it's like a lot of battle scenes and then something else and then battle, and she doesn't like that sort of thing. And apparently that's Poppy War. So then I was like, oh, maybe that's why she didn't pick that. But I don't know. I was just kind of like shooketh that she took.
Yeah, I just recommended 3 books that I know that she had wanted to read, and I'm gonna be pissed if she didn't like The Measure, because she loved A Natural History of Dragons, and I'm like, you should have chose Emily Wilde. You should have freaking chose Emily Wilde. So that's why I'm like, if it's not Brittany, I'm gonna freak out. Like if it's her and she doesn't like The Measure, oh gosh, we're gonna have kind words because she's my friend, but still, like I'm gonna just cry.
Okay, well, let us figure out who the masked booktuber is.
Oh no.
Yes! I knew it!
We had you pegged.
Although now I'm scared I'm going to lose Leandra as a friend. But
oh my gosh. But truly though, I don't know why. I'm going to guess that the only reason why you chose The Measure is because it was the only like non-fantasy option. Or you might have had other video ideas for Tainted Cup and Emily Wilde, but I was like, maybe I shouldn't have. Oh well.
I'm just gonna say, Brittany was sneaky. She kept like, every time we talk about it in Voxer, she'd be like, "Ooh, tell me more about this masked booktuber," and I'm like, "I know it's you."
Yeah, and you kept being like, "I'm so busy. There's no way I would have done anything involving the Battle of the Booktuber." I'm like, "You liar."
oh, there's stories, friends. Oh, there are stories. Danny and I have had a time because these two have been trying to get me to crack for 6 months.
Yeah, we really have.
Successfully not. for 6 months.
So I will tell you that I specifically chose Brittany because both Leandra and Rainey told me at one point in time that Brittany would not participate in Battle of the Booktubers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, on separate occasions, it was mentioned to me, and I was like, bet.
Challenge accepted.
I'm going to see if I can get Brittany to do it, and then they're not ever going to think that Brittany's going to be here.
Yeah, it was a time, honestly. And I was on before Rainey was the wild card pick.
Yeah, that's true.
So I knew, and then Rainey comes to me and is like, help me become the wild card pick. Please help me, like, share my video, share this. And I'm just sitting here going, like, I don't want Rainey as the wild card pick. She will be too hard to, like, no, anybody else I can pull this over on. Rainey, I can't.
And you didn't. I knew. As soon, it was just funny though, because then literally like 2 weeks later, like you're talking in some video and you go, yeah, I just really hate heist books. And then like 2 weeks later in another one, you were like, I just loved Name of the Wind and like something else. And I was like, yeah.
The worst was trying to make that thing because there were so many things I wanted to say, but like I had to be so vague because I was like, well, I can't say I don't like boat books. Like I might as well just say Mass to Booktuber is Brittany.
I know, but it was the favorite books. Strange the Dreamer was the one. As soon as I saw that, I was like, that's Brittany.
I tried to go with older favorites, not newer favorites.
Yeah.
Ray Bear would have been the one that gave it away to me if I had put thoughts together in my head, because that's one that I always am like, that in Brittany, that's paired.
Ray Bear I knew because actually you had recommended that for me for something way forever ago that like, I can't remember what video it was, but I had you, oh no, it was 12 books from 12 friends. And you gave me Ray Bear.
Yeah.
So as soon as I saw that, I went, that's Brittany.
Yep.
Yeah. So
it was, you two were the hardest because I mean, I talk to you both every day. So it's a hard one to like lie about.
We really were trying to get you to crack though.
I know. And I was equally trying to send you off my trail, like equally. I'd be like, Danny, this is what I said. Even today, I scheduled sprints with Leandra today so that she would think I was going to be not available for this.
You're like, I've got to go grocery shopping. I've got to get buns for our burgers. And I was like, you little liar.
I did actually need to do that. I just knew I didn't have to be here right away.
That right away. Yeah, that's smart. Or even whenever you would say like, oh, like, who do you guys think it is? And like Rainey and I wouldn't talk. We would then go into our separate Voxer message being like, Brittany is freaking trying to get
that dirty dog.
Oh, good times.
I'm so glad we were right.
I know, but now I'm even more mad that you didn't choose the Tainted Cup or Emily Wilde because
Now I'm just like all these times that I've talked about this Woven Kingdom, and this has come up many times on her sprints.
Oh, I had to cut that footage out of my vlog to get it lower. I had screenshotted you bringing it up on sprints with me.
I remember that, and it kept coming up, and I was like, "Oh, how good this book is! How great this book!"
You tried to get me to crack live on the internet. You absolutely did.
I did. I tried. It's fine.
Okay, we're going to come back to
I need to
the recommendations in just a minute. But I want to go through some points, and then we are all going to go off and watch the Mass Booktuber Brittany's vlog, and then we're going to come back and we'll announce the winner. So, the points prior to this last week are up on the screen. These were from vlogs 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then we had Battle Week that happened this week. And I will tell you guys, if those of you in the audience, if you were keeping track, because we did tell you all of this information, if you wanted to write it down, you could have. There was one person that had 3 battle wrecks. There was one person who, and those were battle wrecks that were chosen by the other competitors. There was 3 people that had 2 battle wrecks chosen, and then one person that had 1 battle wreck chosen. So, and I'm not going to tell you who A, B, C, D, and E are until the end, but for our battle week, booktuber number, or letter A is 2.75 points were given in this battle week. B got 8.5 points. C got 4.5 points. D got 12. And E got 8.75. We do have some penalties that were given. 2 penalty points were given for the individuals who recommended me the same book. And then we had 1 penalty point given to for like missing a deadline. Essentially, it was at the very last like part of. I essentially made a deadline for all of the vlogs to be up at a point, and people could lose points that way too. So those were the penalties. That's the word I'm looking for, that were given. But we still need the Mass Booktuber vlog to finalize our points. So at this point, Brittany, I'm going to ask that you go and make your video go live.
I just did it.
And we will all go and watch. I'm going to go and grab the link and I'll post it in the comments so you guys can go and watch. So we're going to do essentially an hour-long sprint. We're going to be back in an hour because I think the vlog is just slightly under an hour long.
58 minutes. I chopped it.
So we have plenty of time. We can, take a little popcorn break. If you guys want to be on screen while you're watching the vlog, you can be, but that's not a requirement. If you need a break from the camera, please feel free to turn off your cameras and go and watch the vlog. But we will see you guys in an hour. I'm not going to put up a timer. I'll put up a little banner that essentially says what time we'll be back, but just be back in an hour after you guys watch the vlog. So go watch it. Have fun. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope that you had a fun time. I would like to start by allowing you guys to discuss. So I currently have the Mass Booktuber recommendations. So the recommendations that you gave Brittany for the options. For those of you in the audience, what the champions had to do was provide 3 options, and Brittany got to choose which of the 3 options from each of the champions she wanted to read. And the ones that are highlighted in bold are the ones that were chosen. But I thought I'd give you guys just time to discuss the options that you gave, and then give Brittany time to discuss also the options that you chose.
Yeah. Well, I was number 1. So you got that right. Yep. Honestly, I just kind of like panicked because I had no idea. I was like, I don't know. But like Name of the Wind, I like that book. So I was like, okay, cool. We can go off some stuff. And then I just kind of did some like online searching of like different like dystopian books and stuff. And Wilder Girls came up, and I was interested in that one anyway. So I was like, well, this is another good use. Let's recommend books that I want to read, see if they're good. And then the Book of Doors, I just did because, well, Danni, you loved it. And I was like, well, clearly Danni knows this person, so they must have similar-ish reading taste. So we're just going to go with the fact Danni loved it and hope that works.
I mean, that's a solid plan.
It was just winging it the whole way through, and we were just like, eh.
I was a little heartbroken that you didn't absolutely love the Book of Doors. Not gonna lie.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You could do so much more with a magical Book of Doors. I'm sorry. You could do so much more with it.
For sure.
Do you want me to know why I picked these ones? Or
I was going to say, because I was going to ask if you could explain to us. And also, I know that some of our recommendations didn't, like, you either had already read them or it couldn't work. So I was like, tell us everything.
Yeah. So for Wilder Girls, that was a horror. So really quickly, I went, no, thank you.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. And I actually offered Kristen the chance to use an exchange ticket on Empire of Vampire, but she didn't take that option. So that one was kind of like already like off my radar. So that just left the Book of Doors. But the Book of Doors was on my TBR. So like it was a great option because it was like on my TBR. So I was not mad to read the Book of Doors. I guessed Kristen for Booktuber number 1 because of Leandra. And I wanted to say this live because I know Leandra doesn't know this. But during your buddy read of Empire of the Vampire, you said something about Kristen in a private message group chat to me. And that's how I knew Booktuber number 1 was Kristen.
Yeah. Sorry, Kristen. That was, I promise I don't talk about you all the time. But I was like, oh, Kristen loved that book.
There was like a story behind why you all were reading it and your name was mentioned in it. And I went, oh, great. Because I actually didn't know who 1 and 5 were. And I was, or 1 and 4. Anyway, there was 2 that I was mixing up. So I was like, oh, perfect. Thanks, Leandra.
You're welcome. So I am book 2, like I'm in the book 2. And pretty much like Brittany, we know each other. I didn't know it was you, but I was like, I think this is Brittany, and I'm just going to give her 3 books that she says she wants to read. I'll like basically let her decide. And I'll tell you that I assumed I wasn't sure what you would choose in order, but I was like, for some reason I assumed that you were going to choose either like The Tainted Cup first or Emily Wilde. And then I didn't really know if the measure would attract you or not. But I was like, I feel like she's been meaning to read it. And it's dystopian, but it's not. It's kind of, it is. And I was like, I should probably give her something in that category rather than just giving you all fantasy.
Yeah, you were obvious to me. Like, I was like, this is Leandra. Yeah. This is not Leandra. I mean, it's the same reason as I had a hard time, like, tricking you for Mass Booktuber. We just know each other too well. The reason I went, the Tainted Cup I didn't own, and I was not necessarily wanting to read mystery genre blends because this was before I knew I liked those.
Yeah, understandable.
Right, exactly. So that understanding came later. Emily Wilde, you have the nail on the head that I had an idea for a vlog for this that I thought would have come out by now. So
I was waiting. I'm like, I'm waiting to see Brittany read this in the next 6 months because it has to be the reason why. And I was like, she's still not reading it. I'm like, what is going on?
That was why. And I own the measure too, because you all had cried about it during the Can I Trust right before, like just a couple months before. So I was like, oh
yeah,
you had just read that and really enjoyed it. And I knew it was kind of like They Both Die in the End, which I 5-starred. So I was like, okay, this could work together.
Yeah, that makes, and for those who want context, the Can We Trust, that was like a thing where a group of us were recommending different books. And in that round, Bree, for Pause in a Book, had recommended that book. And it was almost going to be the group read. So Brittany was almost going to have to read it. But then she changed the group read, and I decided to read it anyway for the vlog. But it was kind of my choice. And then, yeah, that's right. Because Brittany, you were like, oh man, everyone who read that enjoyed it. I should have read it. And I was like, I will give it to you then.
And I was like, I will take it.
Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, I was number 3. Are we surprised? No. To be fair, I don't know if I knew this at the time that you were so against war fantasy. I don't know if I fully knew that. Because you read fantasy, but I don't know. You read many things, Brittany. Okay. Anyway, you do. But to be fair, I had heard nothing but amazing stuff about Sword of Kaigen from anyone that had ever read it. Like everyone said it was amazing. And this was before we had read Blood Over Brighthaven. So I was just like, okay, Sword of Kaigen, sure. And then Poppy War, I knew you loved R.F. Kuang. I didn't know about the whole hack and slash thing at the time. And now I know, but I still don't know if you would like it or not because you have loved R.F. Kuang. So you might actually love this. So I was like, maybe she'll take it because she loves R.F. Kuang. And then this Woven Kingdom, I also hadn't read yet. I read it like 2 months after or a month after. I think I read it in January actually. And after I read it, I was like, this has no plot really. And the romance is a little insta-lovey. And then I was like, well, I'm screwed. Even though it really worked for me.
I knew this was you too. I was positive this was not one of the ones, because again, you knew it was me. I knew it was you because I knew that you had picked these specifically for me, and it read as a list of like, these are books Rainey thinks Brittany will like. Like that's what this list was. So I was like, okay, yep, this is Rainey. And I think it's funny because I talked to Rainey or Danni about Sword of Kaigen because we were talking about it, and she was like, don't take my not liking Sword of Kaigen as not wanting to read it. And I was like, no, I won't. But Sword of Kaigen and Poppy War are both wartime fantasy, which is why I've actually tried the Poppy War and DNF'd it since not picking up this. So you might be glad I didn't, because even though I still think you would have got more points for this Woven Kingdom.
Okay, well, that's not great.
So sorry.
Yeah, I was book 4, and apparently I just read that you like Name of the Wind, so I said read it again or something. I don't know what happened with my brain at that time.
Okay, we're all busy. It's hard. Life is hard.
Yeah. So I was like, okay, sure, Sam. I also had Wilder Girls on as one of my options for you. So it's funny that Kristen and I had like the same idea, but I truly was like, obviously they're going to go with Girls with Sharp Sticks, and there's no need for me to recommend anything else. And so the binding was kind of thrown in at the end because I'd heard good things from Carrie Can Read years ago, and it's always been on my radar, and I had never read it. And so I was like, here. And then now I know a lot more about it that I didn't know before.
Yeah, there you go. It actually started off so well, too. That's what's up. It started off like, I was like, oh, this might be one of my favorite books of the vlog. And then, it turned. But the reason I didn't do Name of the Wind is obviously because I had read it, although that was a 5-star read for me. So, like, really good choice. And Girls with Sharp Sticks was a YA thriller. And I was like, none of those things are things that I will like. So I went with the other one because magical book about books, like that should have been fine. Yeah.
I was book 5
Victoria.
for Life as We Knew It, for dystopian. So, we got to ask our questions for you. And I was the one that asked about campiness, but apparently I don't know what campiness is. And so when you like responded about it being connected to horror, I'm like, oh, that makes sense. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. I was thinking of like early 2000s writing style of like, I don't know, I view like Twilight as campy, you know?
Yeah.
And so I was thinking dystopian, I feel like goes in two very different directions. You know, you have like the selection and then you have like more serious stuff, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, but your response of like, for the way you were defining campiness, saying that you weren't really into that, I was like, okay, I'm going to go with like the one that I know that's like a little bit on the more serious side. So that's why I went with Life as We Knew It. Even though that is like a younger, like it's like a young YA series. And then for the Bone Season, I haven't read that yet, but from your like bio, even though it was just based off of 2 facts, I was like, oh, we have the same like reading taste. So it was Strange the Dreamer, like my favorite book. And then I hate heist stories. So I was like, well, the Bone Season's on my TBR, so it's going to be on hers now. And then Dark Rise, I love that book. It's like one of my favorites. So I'm super happy that you loved it. But also, I am terrible about continuing series and haven't gotten around to it yet. So if you picked up book 2, I'd be down to buddy read.
I'd love to. I wanted to go right into book 2, but then I was like, no, this is going to be best books of the year. And I cannot read this 2 also in secret. Like I must wait until after people know. So yes, I'm so down for that. Also, it's funny that you said about the campy, because when that question came through, I messaged Danny and went, what is campy?
So that totally came from me, because I was like, the only time I've ever used that is for like campy horror.
Yeah,
I think that is the actual
term, but I was like, I don't actually know. So like, I
think you're right that is like the actual origin of it. But like my mind, I don't know where I heard it from, but I guess campiness in my head is like 2000s cringe.
Yeah, I feel like I've heard like British calling things camp before, but like Kirsten's the only British person on the panel to confirm. But I wish I watch like British television, and sometimes they call things camp, but I also associate it with camp horror as well. So
I'm really not the person to ask. I'm really bad with all the current lingo and stuff. Most of the time I go to my partner, I'm like, what does this mean? Because it's not like classic speech, so I don't know what this is.
Yeah, I can't remember why I didn't pick the Bone Season, honestly. Like, I cannot recall why I didn't. I know why I didn't pick the first one, because it was YA, and I was like, I'm not reading YA. But the Bone Season, because I liked Samantha Shannon books before, so I'm not sure why I didn't. I do not recall, but I'm glad I didn't, because I really liked The Dark Rise so much. So it all worked out in the long run. Because that is currently sitting as like my best book of the year, and I've been silently just waiting for people to know I even read it.
That's how I felt with Nocticadia. I was like, I read that one.
I messaged Danny and I was like, this is unfair.
You know, I wrote down one of my questions. So I sent all of the champions like a exit interview survey, and one of the questions I asked was, "Do you guys have any favorite books of the year?" And every single person on screen has a book that is a potential favorite of the year, which I think is just really a really cool thing for this competition. That even though you had some books that you didn't like, you guys did all have a winner.
My actual favorite of the year was one that you recommended, Danny.
Oh, yeah.
That's gonna be here. I love that book.
Sam, what was yours? I'm really curious.
Who?
Sam, you put, what was your one? That's your favorite?
Immortal Dark.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
When you were talking about that behind the scenes, I was like, I also read that this year and liked it. I just wanted to let you know, because you were like, I can't find anybody who likes this. And I was like, me.
So many people were hating on it, and I was like, I understand every complaint and critique. I hear you. You're not wrong, but I disagree. I don't care.
But I liked it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. I feel like there was something else. Oh, we need to do awards. Let me get to a place where we can talk. So I have just some awards that some of you voted on, and then some that were not, that were objective. Like you couldn't vote on them because it's only going to be one person. So we'll start with those. I had an award for the most DNFs, which we all know who won this award. It is Rainey. So you get the Don't Look Back award because I'm proud that you have started your DNF journey. We also have the Loving Life award. This is given to the champion that had the highest ratings for all of their books, and that is Victoria.
Oh. Wow.
And then we talked about the people who were tricky, whether or not you were predicted or not predicted. The Incognito Award, so the person who tricked the most people, was Rainey. You tricked more people, yeah. And the person who, what did I call this award? Oh, I guess technically, so I was going to say like the most predictable award, the person who was predicted the most, but there's actually a tie. So I didn't actually write down the person's name because it was, I think, 3 of you. Let me see.
We all are the most predictable except for Rainey.
It was actually all of the rest of you. Were
good job, us.
All of the rest of you tricked 2 people. So there wasn't one that was the most predictable. I did the most improved. And so what I did was I went back and looked at your guys' average rating that you gave out in your original round. And I looked at whose rating went up the most. And that was Sam. So Sam, you had your ratings increase the most. And then we had the ones that you guys voted on. So we had the Chaos Gremlin. And this is me. True to the wild card name.
Well, when I saw that award go in, I was like, didn't I call myself that? Is that
It's perfect. The Enigma Award, I had you guys vote on. This was supposed to be the person who you found it most difficult to find recommendations for. And Victoria won that award, which I think is really funny because Victoria also gave out the highest recommendation. So. And then we had Best in Show. This is the person who you voted on who had the most kind of stellar vlogs, the ones that just kept you going back for more. And that was Kristen. And then the strategist, the person you guys think used the most strategy in the game. And you guys voted on Leandra for this one.
Mhm.
Thanks, guys. I wasted so many hours.
So I think I have covered everything that I wanted to cover prior to, let me make sure.
I think I was voted as the Enigma only because people were scared of me DNFing.
Could be. I think
did everyone give and receive 5 stars? I feel like I'm like looking at everybody, and I think everyone gave a 5-star at some point and also received a 5-star from another competitor, which is nice. That's good for us.
That's amazing.
Not many, but we did it. That's all that matters.
Is there anything else that you guys would like to discuss prior to us getting to the points and the announcement of the winner?
Just good job, Danni, doing all of this for like over a year and a half. Well done.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to have to skip over this because this is a slide from, I had to go back. Okay. Now we're here. So the Mass Booktuber vlog. You guys still don't know who A, B, C, D, and E are unless you guys have been playing along at home and writing out who was what recommender. But the Mass Booktuber, Brittany, rated Booktuber A's read a 3.5. Booktuber B got a 5-star. Booktuber C got 0 stars. Booktuber D got 4 stars. And Booktuber E got 2 stars. So if we total all of these points, drum roll please. These are the total points for our champions, which means, I think, are these? Yeah. Booktuber D.
I knew
it.
I knew it
It was a close race, Sam. It was super close.
Yeah, no kidding. Leandra, you were
So
my prediction from day one.
Thank you. I will say that over like looking at this, it was only not only, but a lot of it is thanks to the battle week that really helped me pull through. Because I'm not gonna lie, I didn't do stellar on a lot of people. I was like average. Like no one, like everyone didn't just hate my books, but that battle week really changed things.
I thought it was really funny. So with being behind the scenes and getting more information than anyone else had, just because I had who recommended who what, and so I didn't have a guessing game as that goes. I thought it was hilarious because Leandra was sending me like, I think this is this person, and I think this is this person, and I think this person won. And the entire time I was like, you don't know.
Yeah, truly. I was like, it's not me. I think I went through like mood swings. Like I would send you a voice message and be like, maybe I have a chance. I'm doing okay this week. No, I'm done. I'm done. I'm not winning. And then I literally was like, oh my gosh, I'm driving myself crazy. And Danny's probably like, doesn't even need to listen to these voice messages because they're all nonsense.
Oh, well, me and Rainey were messaging each other, and I'm just like, every time a rating comes through, I'm just like, help.
Yeah, that was cool. No, after like one DNF came and then another came, and I was like, yeah, we're done. Throw it in.
I will say like the DNFs and I think the battle wrecks were like they were the things that threw the whole competition. Like I don't think you could have predicted like who was going to win because there were too many different variables, which I guess maybe that's how we can kind of end the discussion, unless you guys have other things you would like to talk about. But what was your favorite thing, like your favorite? I know I asked you guys this on the survey, but just for our audience to hear as well, what was your guys' favorite change to Battle of the Booktubers championship round?
I mean, I just really, that is not really a change that you did, but I just loved our little meme chat.
Yeah, the championship gifts. Yeah.
That was a lot of fun.
Was the best part.
Yeah, if people don't know,
Leandra
Leandra thought it would be funny if we would just send in gifts while we're reading like that. But you don't know what book we're reading. You don't know anything other than the gift we send. So sometimes it would be like really great gifts, and then it'd be really bad gifts, and we'd be like, "Oh no, please don't be reading my book."
Oh yeah, many panics.
It would be like, "I hate my life," and you're like, "Please be someone else's book."
And then the one right after it will be like, "Best thing ever."
Yeah.
Yeah, that was very fun. I liked that a lot.
Toward the end of the competition, Victoria was reading, had a couple of her books that she was reading. And I wish that we had all implemented this, but I guess it would have been more of a guessing game. But she like did emojis, and I was way too invested. Like she would like to describe a book, like it'd be like a book title or a book she was reading. And I was like, okay, what does this emoji mean? And I literally treated it as a puzzle, and that was really fun. So I'm like, that should be something to do next time.
Oh, that was another award that I ended up not giving out, was the person who, so sorry, what you just said reminded me of the sleuth award, because you were like sleuthing out what book she was reading. I was going to give out a sleuth award for the person who predicted the most, but Leandra and Rainey, you guys tied on who predicted the most people correctly.
we were very invested. We may have also talked sometimes. Yeah, just a little bit. But I also, I mean, I really liked the introduction of the masked booktuber. Brittany, obviously, you did such a great job, kept us in the loop, or like, in the dark trying to figure things out. But it added a little bit of fear, because there's only so much and we weren't even fully sure. Like, I think it was 10 times Rainey and I were like, what if we have this wrong? Like, it's going to be so embarrassing that we thought this was Brittany. So we were still not fully sure. And like you said, the very bare, masked booktuber bio really didn't give much. Like, you gave one thing you didn't like. And I was like, okay, she's really playing the hard game here.
I know, but it just makes me think at least we thought it was Brittany, because I'm like, I don't know what on earth I would have done had I no idea who I thought this person was. I'm just like, what do you even recommend?
I had no idea.
They make it hard.
But I think that was what I put more energy in than reading the books and doing the video, was trying to throw you two off my behind. It was so hard. Y'all did not make it easy, I guess to say.
Yeah,
I felt that so bad with you, Rainey, because like I wish that I had done like opposite genres, because I know that like the top genre was like a different multiplication, right, for the points.
Yeah.
And then I had a DNF for my fantasy, but then the sci-fi had like 5 stars, so I was like, ugh.
No, there were several times that happened, like with Cozy for Kirsten, because I gave her best horror, and I was like, why wasn't that first?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Next time, it definitely would be.
Also, for those of you in the comments, while we're sitting here chatting, if you guys have any questions for our panelists, please let us know. Let's see. There was something else that just popped into my head that I was going to ask you guys. What was it? Oh, now that the results are out, do you guys think that you would change anything? Do you have anything that, I mean, obviously you now know like who DNF'd what books. So that's an obvious change. Like, yeah, I would go back and change something that someone hated. But as far as like strategy wise, preparing for the competition, reading the books prior to versus not reading the books prior to, is there anything that you wish you would have changed about how you played the game?
I think in the first round, I did quite well because the majority of the books that I was given out were all ones that I had read. And then this round, I was so much more risky in the sense that I was using you all as guinea pigs for you to read all the books that I was interested in, apart from a few cases here and there. And I think while I had so much fun with that, and it was great for me to get reviews of these books that I was interested in, I think at the same time, it did cause that my rate, like they were so all over the place. I'd get like a 5-star or a 4.5 and then like DNF. So it's like, you know, it was all over the place. Apart from Sam and Victoria, who were very like similar actually. And that was actually good. I think that actually got me the most points because you were both like, I had points from both of those categories. But otherwise, I think I had so many books that I had pre-read ready for this competition and then I didn't give them to anybody. So I feel like I would change that.
Actually, you bring up a good point where I think I was the opposite of you, where in round 1 and in this one, like consistently, the book I had read, like I pretty much remained like 50-50 unintentionally, where like a book I recommended that I've read and a book I recommended that I haven't. Almost every time, the book I had read did worse than the book that I hadn't. So I think that just tells me that after round 1 and in here, I'm actually better off recommending books I haven't read before, with the exception of Brittany, just because I know her very well. But like everyone else, I pretty much, like if I had read it, like for you, I did better with the book that I read with you versus the one I'd actually read. Rainey was the same way. Nestlings did better. I'm trying to remember. Victoria, I can't remember. I think I was like pretty much the same for both of your books. And then Sam, I didn't do well with either, but I think I technically did better in the first book than in the second. And Bury Your Gaze is the one I had read. So literally with every single one of you, like almost except for maybe not Victoria, I did better with the book I had not read. So, and that I think that tracks. I actually like it kind of makes sense. I probably shouldn't. I got very different tastes, I guess.
I think with mine, I think the book you had read was like 0.25 higher than the book you hadn't read.
I was gonna say I don't think read almost any of the books I recommended because fantasy and sci-fi and cozy are not my genres. So those are not mine. Horror is, but I still went with different horror choices. Just based off of the different things. And I think it worked mostly. But I don't know. I feel like I wouldn't necessarily change things only because like I did spend so much time researching, like, and I have lots of lists now for all of y'all. But I don't know. I feel like I could have changed like a book here or there, but I don't know. I feel like I did all I could do.
I don't think I would generally change anything except for I thought I was being careful, but I definitely had a couple slip ups, like missing a trigger warning, although I didn't remember seeing it, but I think it was like you said, it was like in the reviews and stuff of it. And I was like looking more in like, I don't know, the I don't remember what resource I was using that was like listing book triggers and stuff like that. But
Might have been Storygraph.
Yeah. And then the mess up I had with you, Leandra, on how I checked like book 1 to see if you had read from that series, but not like the others and stuff. So it was just like I don't know, just not being careful enough, but not really tactics wise anything that I would change.
Not to interrupt you, though, or I didn't interrupt you. I guess I waited for you to finish your sentence. Anyway, that one though, I did realize, like, I looked and I was like, and probably because it was just like a throwaway Christmas mystery, it wasn't on my review site, so you wouldn't have seen it. So, I mean, if that makes you feel better, like it wouldn't have. Yeah. So that was my bad. Unless Sam, after you, I want to throw the question back to Danny and Brittany to see if there's things that you guys would change as far as like the books you'd read or your bios that you gave us. But anyway, that's it.
Yeah, I wouldn't change strategically anything that I did. I think like I know your guys' taste much better now because I was watching videos and looking at the Goodreads and whatever. But I would definitely change my strategic and like what I would say when asking for recommendations, like being more clear or having a bit more like specific do's and don'ts for the whole thing, just so that recommendations can like have more success in the future. But also, yeah, no, I don't think I would change anything else really. Like I felt confident in most of my picks, but like I have anxiety, so I was like, of course everyone's gonna hate everything. And you're just in your head too much about it. So I think it was just nice to do the research and then just like submit by a deadline and be like, this is done, and I have a chance to fix 2 things, and then I can just let it be what it be. And then I sent you guys all of the recommendations that I had, like outside of what was given, just to be like, here's more things you may like. So yeah, no, I feel overall pretty good about it.
Brittany, do you want to go first?
What exactly was the question? What would I change in my bio?
What would you change in your bio or like the books that you selected reading?
Oh, I don't know. Like out of the list, I don't think I would have made any changes. I think I made because the only one that I'm like, I would have liked to read The Bone System, but like I love The Dark Rise, so like I can't say that I would rather have read the other. You know what I mean? So yeah. I don't think I would have picked any different books necessarily, but the bio was so hard because I had to be so vague so that I didn't tip off Leandra and Rainey, which obviously I was not vague enough. I had to be so vague, but not lie to you all. Like I couldn't lie about what I couldn't be like, oh, I really like horror, because that would have been not helpful to anybody. And we did 2 bios. I don't know if Danny remembers this, but we did a romance bio and a fantasy bio because I could have went either way. And we were trying to be like, which one is more obviously me? Don't use that one.
Yeah.
Said the romance one was more obviously me because I had read so much romance the year before, like right in December through the fall.
I don't think that would have gotten me. I don't think I would have thought it was you.
So, I mean, it would have scared me. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah,
because I would have been fine to read contemporary romance. Like that would have been totally fine. So we had 2 bios that we were trying to see which one would be more like not as obvious.
Oh.
Interesting.
I feel like we missed a bullet with that because contemporary romance, I don't even touch that. So
yeah,
I could give you a lot of Emily Henry.
Bad for me. I would have given her a cowboy romance, and that would have been bad.
Oh my gosh.
As far as me, I will say I do wish that I would have come up with a way for Brittany to be in our Discord, but for you guys not to know who Brittany was, because I had to relay some messages of things that were going on in the Discord that I found really, really funny, but I knew that Brittany wouldn't be able to witness it because obviously she wasn't part of the Discord. So that's probably a regret I have of like the organization of the competition, is that the Mass Booktuber is such, I think it's a really fun concept and I liked the way that it turned out, but I also feel like that person kind of gets left out of the fun because they are masked.
We played a really long version of telephone for the last 6 months. Like that's how I feel like Leandra and Rainey would say something to me and I'd be like, this is what they're saying. And you'd be like, this is what's happening.
Yeah,
which is fun in its own right.
Burner account.
Yeah.
Yeah, burner account. Or it would be funny though if you did, because then we'd be saying something and then just like eye emojis from the mass booktuber would be like, it would freak me out.
Honestly, that would have stressed me out that I would have went in as the wrong account, because there were multiple times where I went to Vox or Danni and I'd have to double check it wasn't like a group chat where Danni had recently messaged, because you know how it just does the face of the most recent, because y'all are in those group chats, and I was like, please be in the right chat before I send this.
I did that several times when I would go in and start speaking about something that had happened. And I'm like, have I said anyone's name yet? Am I in the right chat? Like, So yeah, that's one thing with the competition. I think that if I could have found a workaround for that, I would change. As far as like the books that I selected, I don't think I would change. I mean, obviously not reading The Spear Cuts Through Water and being able to read a different book on those lists would have been good. But as far as the other, I don't think I have any regrets as far as like the genres that I got. If I wanted to challenge myself, I would have taken fantasy off of the list and just said that you guys had to give me something not in my primary genre. But I don't think I would have had as fun of a time. Like if you look at the average ratings, I actually gave the highest average rating out of everyone. My average rating for the Battle of Booktuber books was a 4.18. So I had a really fun time. I think this competition is great. I loved all my reads. I don't know what you guys are having a problem with. But yeah, it's been fun. I do think we had a couple of questions come in. I am planning on doing a season 2, but I'm going to give myself a little bit of a break first before I get into season 2. I've got some things in my mind that are going to change. I'm not going to say anything yet because I don't want to spoil anything for you guys, but yeah, it's in the works. Did you guys find it harder this time around to recommend books to people because so many books had already been recommended? And did you run out of recs to give? We'll start with Leandra and we'll just work our way down.
Can I see the question again?
Yes.
It's like a long block of text and I don't know why I forgot to read. So did you guys find it harder this time around to recommend? I actually felt more confident going into this round only because I had been stalking Rainey and Kristen since their round, because I knew Rainey was really excited about like being like, I'm gonna be the wild card no matter what. And I'm like, okay, clocked. I'm gonna keep an eye on you. I had to wait a little bit longer because like Victoria and Sam were later, but I think it was more helpful because technically we had more time. Did it help me? No, I don't think it did. But like technically we had more time to give recommendations to people. I think a lot of us have already said this, so I'm kind of echoing everybody, but the hardest thing would be like, oh, I found the perfect book. They've already read it. You know, like that was like the biggest block every single time. I would be like, of course it's perfect for them. They've already read it, you know, like, and that's it.
Yeah, I think for me, the only person that I found it more difficult with was Rainey because I'd already given her recommendations.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
So because, I mean, it was great. I was glad to have Rainey back because, amazing. But I think that was the only thing that I found difficult because I'd already given her the romantasy recommendations that I were like, I actually like these. I think they're actually good. So then knowing, well, I can't use the ones that she didn't read, even though I still think they would have been. I mean, who knows? Actually, I don't look to me for romantasy recommendations. But yeah, I think that was the only thing I found a little bit harder is with Ray. And I really wanted to do a good job again because I was like, come on, we got this. Number 2, we can do it again. 50%. So it's all right.
I didn't find it hard because I hadn't recommended you guys anything before. And I think like besides Leandra and then just like having to go through mystery books that I've not read, haven't heard of, don't watch people that read mystery as much. That part was like hard. Finding things that were out of my comfort zone to recommend somebody else in that comfort zone was challenging, but like finding actual recs, I had countless. I had way too many recommendations for everyone.
You're muted, Rainey.
Oops, my bad. I muted because my family is being crazy. Anyway, I thought it was easier because one, yes, I did manifest from my round that I was going to be back, that you were going to see me again, and you did. So it worked. But so I had already been stalking Leandra, and plus me and Leandra just know so much at this point. I was like, okay, I can figure her out. And Kristen, I didn't know Kristen when we did our round, so I did a terrible job recommending her books. Like, I look at those and go, dear God, I would never give her those now. So now that I know Kristen, I was like, I would do much better. And then yeah, Sam, I feel like it wasn't as hard. I at least knew the weird girl horror thing. I was going to do that from the start. I just knew I was going to do that. And yeah, I thought it was a little hard recommending to Victoria just because I also didn't know her as well still at the time. But I don't know. I thought it was easier, and I definitely didn't run out of recs. I had way too many. So.
I don't think the past recommendations from the last rounds really made it harder. It was more the genre thing that made it harder, I think, for the championship round. Although there was a few times that I would like catch myself thinking I found like a perfect book, and then it was actually Danny's recommendations from that video she did of like recommending books to everyone, that one or two were on there and I'm like, dang it. But yeah. So
yeah. I ruined some recommendations for you guys, but I don't regret it. I'm a little bit of a chaos gremlin myself. Well, I first and foremost want to thank you all for participating in my shenanigans. This has been just an amazing experience. I think that's been like my highlight of like my booktube career, whatever you want to call this weird journey that I'm on. I really do appreciate you guys spending the time to participate, because I know that this competition takes a lot of time, a lot of reading and, you know, editing and everything like that. So I really do appreciate you guys for, you know, participating with me. And I am going to stay on for sprints, but I know some of you, it's very, very late and others have other things to do because I've kept you online. I'm not going to probably do too many sprints. I'm thinking maybe one or two, depending on how I'm feeling. So you guys are welcome to stay if you would like to, but I will also let you say your goodbyes if you would like to get off for the evening. Also, for those of you in the comments, please, please, please make sure that you are subscribed to all these wonderful human beings. They are in the description down below. So please make sure you do that before you guys leave if you're not planning on staying for sprints.
Yeah.
Anyone?
Oh, sorry. I just want to say, like, thank you so much for putting this all together. Like, the friendships I've formed because of this, the highlight. It's been the absolute highlight. Getting to know Rainey for such a long time, because obviously we were together in that round one bit. And, you know, everyone, I didn't know everyone before this, like, apart from you, Danny. So this has just been amazing, being able to really become friends and have that experience. So, yeah.
Thank you. I'm glad that you guys got to know each other. It's been fun. I also should say to you all, since we're all here at the same time, I am going to stay on the Discord. So you guys are welcome to do the same. I have some ideas to like keep the chat going, but obviously no pressure. And I'm also adding you, Brittany. So
I was just about to say, can I be added now so that I can go back and see the chaos? Yes, I think that would be fun for me in hindsight. Thank you so much. Also, I want to say I'm glad I didn't have to give Rex, because that seems really hard, y'all. I'm just glad all I had to do was read. Like, I'm glad I left that to all of you.
Special season 2, just Brittany giving us all Rex.
Yeah. When you kept being like, oh yeah, I would never do this, in my head I was like, okay, but she only would have to read 4 books. I think that's why that made me think, yeah, she would do math books.
Yeah, she could do
I
that.
totally tricked you on the night we watched Sleepless in Seattle, and Leandra brought you back in, but I got you that night. I know, because you were like, I thought I knew something, but maybe I didn't know something. Like, you had an existential crisis during Sleepless in Seattle.
Wait, why? Why during Sleepless in Seattle?
No, because we were talking about, you were like, I know something about the mass books, or about Battle of the Booktuber. And I was like, okay, sure, like whatever. And you were like, wait a minute, maybe I don't know something. Maybe I do know something.
I know. Yeah. And then I went to Leandra, and then I was like, no,
Leandra.
I was like, Rainey, we are right. We must stand strong.
Leandra. She brought her back in.
Yeah, I think it might have even been like the masked person who was your mother-in-law, I think it was.
Oh, it definitely was that. I messaged her.
Yeah, and you're like, it can't be. And I'm like, that's not the real person.
Yeah, that's true.
I was like,
I don't remember who it was, but one of you, after the Mass Booktuber like little clips came out, someone was like, "Oh, I can't figure out who it is, but I recognize the person. Their voice sounds really familiar." And I was like, "It's not that person."
That was not me. No.
Someone knows Brittany's mother-in-law outside of this, apparently.
There you go. That was the funniest because we knew we wanted to do a video announcing. Well, before we did the ones that everybody saw, but we did one just telling you all to throw you all off. And Danny was like, "Do you have anybody who will go on camera?" And I was like, "Maybe. Let me call around." Give me a minute. I was like sending Danny pictures of masks I could get online. I was like, "Do you like this one or this one or this?"
If it had been you in a mask, I would have been like, "Yeah, that's Brittany."
Although after I was like,
fun?
I should have got like a trader's cloak and gone full traders. But then I was like, oh, I think that would have also given it away that it was me because, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now Danny has all of us to choose from for Mask Booktuber stand-ins next time to just do the video for them.
It could be like a group effort. They've got to get a book that we all read. We all give them points.
You guys laugh, but you're just giving me ideas. Well, is it time for us to say goodbye to the live show and start sprints?
I'll do sprints.
Who all is staying for sprints?
I mean, I can stay for like half hour, but then I've got to be up early, so it's like
I'll
11.
be in the chat.
Yeah, me too. It's getting late here, but thank you for having us.
Yeah. And I think we'll probably do, I don't know that I want to do an hour sprints like I normally do. I'll probably do 45-minute sprints. So, well, for those of you who are leaving, is there anything you want us to look forward to on your channels? Actually, everybody should just say this. Is there anything that we need to be looking out for on your individual BookTube channels that our people should know about before we head off to sprints?
Nothing for me. I guess when do I? I've got a video coming out tomorrow. Don't know my own schedule. And the one thing I will say before Sam leaves is you are the only competitor that I didn't do a buddy read with. We kind of tried. I think we were thinking about the Bog Wife. Didn't work out. But I want to let everyone know that I didn't intend to do this, but I almost had everybody in my buddy reading group. So Sam will have to do a rain check.
Yes.
I'm also down for more buddy reads. Anybody wants to do buddy read? I've done a couple. Yeah. I'm kind of new to it, but I've been having a blast. So if you want to do buddy reads, I'm down.
Definitely have to.
Yeah, when I get my hold for the Mask of Mirror in from the library, Danny, Victoria, I will be blowing you up on Discord. I've been waiting for months to get it back.
It's such a good book. It is such a good book.
It's
I think
so
really
good.
like it. Yeah. It's just so interesting. Again, that's another fantasy book where it's underrated, but it's so different and it incorporates so many different things. And I'm just like, yeah, it's good.
Yeah, I was supposed to read it last month and then I just didn't have time because it's obviously like just a bigger book, but I'm hoping to read it this month as like an extra read, but we'll see.
Yeah. Anytime you guys want to talk about those books, I'm wide open. You hit me up.
yeah, same. And I'm almost at the end of Jade Legacy, Sam, and
don't say anything, especially because Kristen, I never got to it.
I know, that's okay. It's okay. It was a crazy ask.
And I said yes, and then after I was like, Rainey, you're starting school. That was not.
Yeah, that's episode 3 of Shop My Shelves, and it went a little bit crazy. So I've just binge read a whole trilogy, and I'm almost at the end. So
it's a wild way to do it.
So
brave.
I have so many thoughts. I've had so many emotions, and where I've just left it, I'm like, what? No, I don't want this to be true, but it's true. So
no.
Yeah. So yeah.
Anything else we need to watch out for on your guys' channels?
I have some sort of vlog coming out tomorrow. Don't know what it is. I haven't edited it. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, I'll have a video up Sunday. I don't know what yet, but I'll figure that out right now.
Oh, and I have my book club sprints tomorrow if you read Romantasy. So there you go. We're reading Arcana Academy.
Nice.
I also have a video coming out tomorrow. It was supposed to come out today, but I wasn't feeling good yesterday and didn't do any editing.
That's very fair. I have actually a readathon announcement coming out next week on Wednesday.
Ooh, nice. When's the readathon for?
The September weekend, 20th and 21st.
Ooh, nice.
If that's Saturday and Sunday, it's whatever that Saturday and Sunday is.
No, I don't have anything like major coming out apart from that episode of Shop My Shelves. But mainly I'm preparing for October. So, because I've got a whole plan and I'm slightly terrified because I've never done. I'm doing like 13 days of horror on the lead up to Halloween. So it's going to be like 13 different videos with different horror recommendations. And I'm kind of scared because I've never done that amount of filming or editing, but we're going to try.
Hey, I'm doing Booktuber, so if you need a buddy to help you get that, I've done it for, this will be my 3rd year, I think, doing Booktuber. So
honestly, I don't understand how you do it, but
I love watching those videos, but yeah, there's no way.
I have no idea when it will come out, but I'm working on a video. It's a reading vlog, reading like bipolar rep in fantasy books. And I'm into one of them right now. And based on the one, it's going to be an interesting reading experience.
Oh no, I hope interesting in a good way. But if it's in a bad way, it'll be an interesting video to watch.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we are just about actually at the perfect time to start a sprint because we are going to do 45-minute sprints. So essentially when we come back, it'll be like at the top of the hour. And I'm not going to I'll put a timer up, but I'm going to do that like after we have gone off screen and Andy is saying hello. Because I don't have my timer up right now and I'll have to reorganize the screen. So, but I want to reiterate, go and subscribe to these wonderful people. And thank you all for being here for the live. And thank you for participating. It's been a lot of fun. So for those of you who will be back on screen, I will see you at the hour. For those of you who won't, I hope you have a lovely night's sleep. And I'm sure that we'll chat elsewhere in the Bookverse. But so have a happy sprint or a happy night wherever you guys are in the world. See you guys in 45 minutes. Hello, hello. Welcome back.
Hello.
Hi. Talking with the mic on today. Or off.
That sprint was a dinner sprint for me. So I made some Korean beef and read some of The Raven Scholar and then some of...
I'm so sorry. You're got something.
and then I read some of The Enchanted Greenhouse. So lots of reading while I was cooking. I got to chapter 28 in The Raven Scholar, and so it was a good stopping place. That's why I moved to the other book. But
I actually, so when we were doing the whole mass booktuber thing, I finished the video a little bit early, and so I started like editing. I'm trying a thing where I edit as I go. I started it one time and was like, this is amazing. I know why people do this. And then proceeded to never do it again. And now I'm trying to get back into it. And so I've been editing the vlog that I'm working on, like 2 vlogs. One of them, The Raven Scholar's in it. And then the other one is new releases. And as soon as I'm actually done editing the clip for my initial thoughts of The Raven Scholar, I'm going to jump into A Case of Mice and Murder. It's a historical mystery set at the temple, which is, to my understanding, like the legal center of like in London. And so there's a murder in the temple. And interestingly, I don't know if I think it's still the case, or at least at the time it was, the police have to be admitted like into like the area of the judges and everything. Like they have to have permission. And so they've decided that because there was a murder in the grounds of the temple, they're like, we're going to do an internal investigation first. And so we're following one of the barristers who is like trying to figure out who killed this man. And then they'll be like passing along info to the police afterwards. But yeah, it's been very interesting so far. A very short read in comparison to the Raven Scholar that we're reading together. So I'm getting through this so quickly.
yeah, it's a bit of an adjustment for sure.
Yeah.
I picked up a new book from my shelf to start reading, and it's called Fangs But No Fangs. It's a paranormal romance, I guess. It's about a vampire who, I guess he's like rich and stuff, but he did something bad in his past. We don't know what yet. And as like self-punishment / rehab, he's like trying to be human, and he's like living in a trailer park and not like using any of his vampiric abilities and stuff. And then he like rescues this girl that lives in the neighborhood from like her drunk brother. And on the back it says, we are talking about a woman who's only dated deadbeats and a guy who's only dated the dead. Nobody's perfect. So yeah, that sounds cute.
It does sound cute. I hope you like it.
Yeah. And it could be something you could recommend for people during kind of spooky season. You know, it's got the vibe of being a bit lighter and doesn't have to terrify you, you know?
Yeah. I always like during fall season, I will typically do like an anti-scary book recs or something along those lines, because there are people who just enjoy October reads that aren't necessarily scary, but are still, themed.
Yeah. Even the cover and like the title of yours, Victoria, made me think of a book that Danni, you put on my radar, and we were thinking about reading it. Slayers of Old.
Yeah, I will read it sometime.
I don't know if it's a romance, but what was it? It was like almost Buffy the Vampire Slayer if they were like older. Like
it's Buffy the Vampire Slayer mixed with Golden Girls, I think is what the tagline was. And I was like, I'm here for that.
I love like early 2000s fantasy shows. Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Charmed, like that's my jam. Vampire Diaries.
Yes.
Yeah, really, really fun. You should try the In Every Generation series, Victoria, then. It's YA, and that's usually not something I like, but I loved the trilogy so much. It's by Kendra Blake. It's called In Every Generation. So it is YA, but it's like the next gen. Like the main character that we follow is Willow's daughter.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe try it out. I had a good time with it. And like I said, YA usually doesn't work for me, but this one was really, really funny and campy. I would describe it as campy. Do I know what that means? Maybe not, but I think it's
Let us see who's here. We have Tennille. That was mostly a chores sprint. Duolingo, working on kitchen chores. Plan to do a test run of an overnight slow cook recipe in my Instant Pot. It's lentil stew, and I thought I had both red and green lentils, but the green was mung beans. Oh no. So are you just going to do it without the green lentils, or?
Yeah. Do you have enough red to just replace it?
Yeah. I hate it when that happens. I feel like that happens to me a lot. I'll get to a recipe and be like, I'm going to make this tonight. And then I start making it and I'm like, well, what can I use instead of that ingredient? I also had dinner, tacos, did some admin things, read a chapter of Blood Witch and Babel. Is that Blood Witch and Babel, is that all one book? I like that title.
Oh, yeah.
Or is it?
Oh, no, I think I read a chapter each of Blood Witch.
Oh, okay.
And then another chapter, yes.
I like the alliteration.
I know, it actually is kind of perfect.
I got late to watching the last part of the live show, but congrats on winning, Leandra, and thanks again for organizing. Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah,
I am glad it's over. To be honest. I've been worried about this live show for months at this point, so I'm glad that.
Well, because you're the one who's gathering all the info too, and trying to figure out what slides when. Yeah, I can imagine. We just kind of showed up, which was nice.
Not sure if I should double the red lentils and try anyway. I don't know. I've never made anything with lentils, so I don't know what the difference in flavor is for red lentils versus green lentils.
Yeah, I know. So my father's a big stew man. He likes to make stews that take like 12 plus hours to make, and he does lentils all the time. But I don't know. Like there are more other colors of lentils, but I don't really know, and I don't know what Tennille has.
Right.
Yeah. It might add nice color, the green and the red. I don't know if that's like the only reason or if the flavor is significantly different.
Yeah. My gut reaction is to try it with the red lentils since you were already going to try it anyway and just see if it works.
Yeah. Or like another protein, like maybe do you have like another type of dried bean, like black beans or something like that, just to add the protein?
That was a wash hair full shower and give one of the kitties meds. I read a little bit of The Only One Left by Riley Sager, a thriller, not my usual. Interesting. Are you enjoying it? I was talking about The Raven Scholar. Yeah, I'm up through chapter 28, which is... what am I doing? Oh, never mind. It's on Audible, so it's not going to tell me the percentage. I have 8 hours left, whatever that means.
How many hours are you in?
I don't know. Does it tell me that?
Here, I'm gonna look through my physical copy if I don't take a million years. 28, you said?
Yeah, I'm on 28.
You just finished it or you're at the start?
I just finished it.
Okay, I'm at 30 or 28, so let me just go to 29. It's one of the longer chapters, apparently. I don't know why I'm still doing it one page at a time. Dedicated. Oh, you finished part 3?
Yes, I finished. Okay. It's at a part. Yes.
Okay, so you just finished. She just finished part 3. Everyone, for those following at home, this is how far. Page 278. So yeah, and there's 650. So you're like 50 pages away from 50%.
Yeah. I do like it so far. I'm not a big competition trial person. It's something that I don't really enjoy in books. And this does have that in it, but there's enough in the world that's keeping me engaged that I'm okay with it so far. I'm a little concerned that because of the length of the book, it's going to get old and kind of repetitive for me. So the jury's still out. But I do think the world is really well done. I think it's really well written. Those are my opinions so far.
Yeah, I'll say that part 2 and 3 were kind of the sloggier. Part 4 it picks up, like the mystery part, which I was relieved to see. Now, is it perfect? No, but like as far as like the section, but like the mystery, like we get some interesting connections and stuff.
Okay.
Trials and competitions are really like a mixed bag for me. Sometimes when I'm reading them, it just feels tiring because like I've seen it so much, but then other times it works fine for me and it doesn't bother me at all. I don't know.
Yeah. I think recently I've been more on the meh side of things.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if it's just because, like you said, I've seen it a lot, and so it doesn't seem like anything's original. So, and I just feel like trials and competitions lend themselves to being more repetitive because, like, the whole purpose is that you continually have these trials. And so while the world, I think, is interesting, I think some of the components of some of the competitions that we've seen so far have been things I've seen before, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Like the story has kept me engaged. There are certain parts I'm like, can we fast forward? Like,
yeah, like let's just go. Let's find out what happens after this. Like you can summarize it. Yeah. And I feel like so the Hunger Games is obviously trials. I liked it at the time, but I read it quite a few years ago at this point, and I realized like. Not to bring up Battle of the Booktuber again, but Servant of Earth, that is a trial book technically. And I was like, first of all, romantasy, why did it work for me? Second of all, trials, why did it work for me? I don't know how. Maybe it's Enigma. But the one thing is the main character we follow, she's not a competitor. She is like on the outskirts, kind of like assisting a competitor in like a different way. And she's got her own thing going on. Like she's doing something like, the main plot isn't for her to win the competition. Like she just is kind of being forced to be there. And like her goal is something far bigger and different. And I think that's kind of what I was hoping for the Raven Scholar to be, that I was like, well, if anything, our main character isn't a contender. So it'll be an interesting angle, but it didn't work out that way. So I think that maybe that's what I want, is for someone not to actually be a contender, which I guess is weird because then why trials? But yeah.
Yeah. I follow your thought process, though. That makes sense to me. Filmed a bit for tomorrow's video. Oh, I think I actually skipped Lucina's comment. I'm at the same part you are, Lucina. I hope you're enjoying it. Love getting some filming done. It's always nice. Danny, I managed to line up my library loans of both my physical and audiobook of Mask of Mirrors. So I'm hoping to try it this week. This is so exciting. I hope you love it.
Ooh, I think
it'll be your jam. I think you'll enjoy it. Have you actually, Victoria, have you finished Labyrinth's Heart? No, not yet.
I definitely need to. I'm still at like 22% into the audiobook. So I don't know. I had I was getting distracted, not away from that book, but like I had stopped with that book because I think that work week had ended, and then when I got back, I had a couple other books that had come up from my holds that were available, and they were like short, and so I was like, okay, well, these also have people waiting for them because Labyrinth's Heart?
Yeah.
It didn't have people waiting, so I knew that like if it ended, then I could just continue it on Libby, and so I read what's it called, the mermaid one that I was telling you about, Leandra.
Into the Drowning Deep
one.
Into the Drowning Deep, yeah.
Oh yes,
yeah.
Duh. I should know exactly what we're talking about.
So I read that, and then I tried. Oh no.
I think you'll really vibe with Rolling in the Deep. From what you liked about Into the Drowning Deep, I think Rolling in the Deep will be really good for you. A lot of people, I think there's like people who say that one's their favorite versus Into the Drowning Deep. So.
I looked into it and I didn't realize that it was like a novella, right? Like the audiobook's like 3 hours long for that one. And so that kind of makes me sad because I'm like, if I love it, I'm going to wish that it was longer, like, but.
And I don't think there's a physical copy you can buy.
Really?
I looked into it. I think there's only ebook and audio. Maybe I'm nuts, but I've looked into it and I'm pretty sure, like I looked on like Barnes and Noble, for instance, and you can only buy it as an ebook.
And then I also tried to read Just for the Summer by, was it Abby Jimenez?
Yes.
I got like, I think half or 60% in, and then I ended up stopping. I was really enjoying like the like family trauma stuff of it, but I'm just not a contemporary romance person in general, so I was starting to get a little bit bored with that part of it.
Yeah, I get that. Been watching part of the live that I missed. I hope you're enjoying yourself, Jen. I think there's enough of us who have Mask of Mirrors on our TBR. Time to set up a group buddy read. Yay! That's exciting. I need to actually jump into Liar's Knot and do my series recap video for that. Now that I have time on my hands. That sounds like a very fun title. Yeah, I do like it. The what was it? Blood Witch and Babel. That is very fun. Red lentils are split and cook really quickly. Green lentils take a long time to cook because they're whole and still have the sink on them. Interesting. So maybe it wouldn't be a good idea to do all red because then it wouldn't take overnight. Like it's something that you would be able to cook in a night instead of for 12 hours or whatever. There's an Audible update that lets you choose the percentage in settings. I'm going to have to look that up, Tennille, because it makes me mad every time I read an Audible book.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I found with like Libro FM, it's quite nice because you can, if you're in the screen, it tells you like like where it has like hours left and like at what time speed you are. It tells you what percentage you're at, and then if you click on it again, it tells you how much is left. Like you can change what it tells you, like either how much you've read and where you're at, or how much you still need to read and what the percentage is that you have left. And it does adjust based off of your time speed, which is fun.
Which you would think that you would think that Audible would do that as well, because your Kindle has the option to do that. Like it'll tell you like how many pages you have left or how much time you have left or what percentage you're at. So I'm like, you guys have the capability of doing this. And it's simple math. Like I could do it myself. I just don't want to.
Yeah, like I use Libby mainly for my audiobooks and it does the time. And so then I sit there and I calculate the percentage and stuff.
Yes. I'll probably have 8 hours left at my speed. That's true. The only one left is good so far, page 150-ish. I'm intrigued, which is a good thing with a thriller. It is. I hope you continue to be intrigued. Just got here. Hello, Beth. Congrats to Leandra. Is that right? Yep.
Thanks.
Also looking at starting The Raven Scholar and Mask of Mirrors. Amazing. Not without its flaws.
Is that The Raven Scholar?
Yeah, it's The Raven Scholar. Jen and I are literally at the same part. Like we've been talking about it back and forth for the Murder Amongst the Fairies. We're reading it for a book club hosted by myself and Brittany. And Jen and I are, I think, the farthest in the group. So yeah, she knows what I'm talking about. I know what she's talking about.
How the table is on, believing the people investigating the mystery would be on the outside of the Raven Scholar. I'm actually annoyed at that. Yeah. I feel like, I don't know. I have a hard time, or I have a bad habit of creating a story I would rather see.
Yeah, we've done it together.
Yes.
With multiple books. So.
And I feel like that's kind of what I'm doing with this book. I don't hate it. I think I'm having a good time. I'm not mad at the book, but there are just so many things I'm like, it could be better. Kind of want to continue The Raven Scholar, but I should do some chores, and that's an audio only activity. So maybe continue Murder by Invitation Only. Lovely.
I own that.
I am enjoying it. I like the writing, find it easy, an easy read. Plus, I'm intrigued by the mystery itself and annoyed at the same time. I think the trials are dumb, and the point of them makes no sense. Mm-hmm. I think you and I agree.
Yeah. Like we need to screenshot this because this is I think defining our thoughts.
I think that is one of the deciding things on if the trials work for me or not, is if the point behind them, if I understand why they're even existing. Because there's definitely some books where it's this is just trials for trials' sake. What's the end goal here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Because I don't know, some of it, the backstory behind it, I'm like, okay, Like with the Games Gods play, I just thought it was dumb. Like the whole reason behind it was stupid. And
Yeah,
you know,
the
I didn't
reason
like
was
that.
dumb. I got why the gods didn't care about human life, you know, why they
Yeah.
were like, sure, we can just make them play and we don't care if they die. Like, at least I got that, but you're right. The reasoning for it was like, okay, that's not a good
why are we
enough
doing
reason to
this?
start trials. Yeah. And with the Raven Scholar, I just think it could work better as a like truly political fantasy. Like
Yeah,
have
for
it be
sure.
like debates and discussion and like they've all assembled to figure out who the next emperor should be versus like having them spar on a mat.
Yeah, like I recently read The Breath of the Dragon or Breath of the Dragon, and there's a competition in that's a martial arts competition, and the end goal of that is the winner of that becomes guardian of like this like legendary artifact that's like valued like from the kingdom and stuff. So it's like they need the strongest person to be like the one who's guarding that, you know? So at least that like made sense to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least I want to keep reading, so I'll count that as a win. Yep.
Yeah, like can't like we are good with still reading. Like I feel like sometimes the way we're talking about this book suggests that we're hating it. I'm like, I'm not hating it. I promise.
I don't know that I've read much Trials in fantasy. A Gathering of Shadows and the Sunbearer Trials are all that come to mind. Yeah, and A Gathering of Shadows, I thought it was such a small portion. I'm trying to think. I really liked that book. And I'm trying to think if it was because of the trials or if it was in like opposition to the trials. I can't remember. It's been a minute since I've read it, but I think that was my favorite one of the Darker Shades of Magic series, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
And I haven't read the Sunbearer Trials. You have though, right?
Yeah, I have. And you know what? I for whatever reason, I think this speaks to something I told Danny, is I feel like Trials makes more sense for younger stories like YA and stuff. And maybe that's only because I'm saying like, oh, it's worked for me with YA stuff. But like I just accepted the Sunbearer Trials because like it being a YA book and Trials being very common in YA. I mean, they're common in adult too. I didn't really think about that at the time of reading because I wasn't aware. And also it's like televised. It's about like there's a whole thing where I'm like, okay, I kind of get what the perspective of it is. But I really think that I was okay with the Trials just because they're kids, like they're, you know, children who are doing it, and it just kind of makes sense. And I don't think that they have trials later on. Like for the way the book ended, I'm pretty sure it was like the one and done trial book, but maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know. Cannot answer that question. You can have them all on the island without the trials.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And it's a great setting. An island setting, no one in or out. Love that. That is amazing for a mystery because then you're like the killer is among us. And it like makes sense why it'd be like secluded again to deliberate over who the emperor should be. Like it's a really good setting.
Yeah. I feel like the Raven Scholar was sort of made to sell with current popular tropes and trials. It is like super pushed at this point. I don't think I realized how popular the book was until I started reading it. And then I see it everywhere. Not hating it, just wishing it'd take a turn. And maybe each part will be completely different. Maybe. Raven Scholar is the first book in a while that includes trials that appeals to me. I think I just got tired of them. Yeah, I think that too. Not that I've read the Games Gods play, you know, recently, because I think we read that in February. But
a while ago.
I think maybe once a year is enough for me. Having fun with Raven Scholar, not perfect, but easy to read and entertaining. I do agree with that. It is a very snappy, like easy read. I don't feel exhausted when I'm picking it up. I don't feel like I'm reluctant to pick it up either. It is something that, you know, when it's time to read my pages for the Raven Scholar for the day, I'm like, okay, let's do it. Like I
go.
Right. Whereas some books, I feel like every time I pick them up, I'm like, I don't want to. Part 1 has been the strongest. And how said it will be if it remains that way through the end. Hopefully it gets better. Hopefully you'll really enjoy the next part 4, since we just finished part 3. I just finished part 3, and I think you're at the same part I am. Just think the sequel to Games Gods Play will be out this fall. It will.
Danny, I bet you're so excited to read it.
I will not be reading it. Oh, how sad! How sad it would be if it
sad
remained
if part
closed
one is
up.
the best part. Right now, it's the best part for me too. Part 4 is the second best, but yeah, part 1's the best for me.
I wish it was all part 1. That reminds me of a slightly older fantasy. Yeah. Well, I'm going to do one more sprint. You guys, if you are good with sticking around, you're welcome to, but you're also welcome to say goodbye if you've had enough of the interwebs for the day. What do you guys think?
I'll stay for one more. We're good. Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to do another 45. Go and take care of yourselves. Get some hydration, get some snacks, whatever you need to do. And we will see you in 45 minutes. Which buttons do I press? Hello, everyone. Welcome back from our last sprint. Let us know how you did in the comments. I'm echoing. Why am I echoing?
Uh-oh.
Well, Leandra, tell us how you did while I figure this out.
Okay. Am I echoing? No. I ended up having dinner. I had a late dinner, and then I jumped into a case of Mice and Murder. I probably only read like 20 pages, and yeah, things are progressing in an interesting way.
Nice. What about you, Victoria?
I read the first 5 chapters in this book. I've been getting distracted, so it's been slow going, but it's a decent time so far.
Nice.
Good. I think I'm still echoing, but I turned down my audio, so I don't know what's happening.
I'll say I can't hear you echoing. I don't know if Victoria, can you hear her echoing?
Okay. I think it's like that weird resonating thing. Remember, Leandra, that we were having happen when we were filming for the audio or the podcast the other day?
Yeah.
I don't remember what button I clicked. Nope, that didn't fix it.
I know, because then you're like, I don't want to talk, because you get distracted by hearing yourself echo. Like, it kind of is like a, yeah.
So I don't know, whatever. A good thing that was the last sprint. I got to chapter 32 in the Raven Scholar.
Oh my gosh, you're quite close. I think I'm at the end of 36.
Yeah, I think so.
So you're only like 4 chapters behind me. Nice.
Yeah, I was going to get through, I guess technically it was yesterday's pages, and then send you a voice message on today. So yeah.
I don't know how y'all do so many like buddy reads and stuff in 1 month. Like, because I liked doing buddy reads and everything, but I could do like maybe 1, maybe 2 in a month, and like the rest needs to be just the random stuff I pick up, because otherwise it's like it sounds like it'd be stressful.
We've been like, each of us individually have been there where we've been like, I've overbooked myself.
Yes.
like I've definitely, like, I'm happy to do all the buddy reads, happy to read them all. Should they have all been in the same month? Probably not. So yeah, definitely smart to, I think I've pulled back a little bit, where I'm kind of trying to only do like maybe 2-3 a month. Because yeah, it got crazy. And then, because then they start to overlap. I think last month I had 6 different buddy reads, and 3 of them overlapped at one point, and I was like, thank gosh one of them is almost done, because this is getting crazy that I'm like reading like 50 pages of each book a day, and it's a lot.
I have 2 going on right now. So I have the Raven Scholar, and then I'm also reading Fires of Vengeance. And they're not too bad to read together, because they're both on audio. I mean, the Raven Scholar I'm reading immersively, but I am reading both of them on audio. I at least have an audio option. Last month I had, it was Ninth Reign with Kristen, which was a physical read, and that's a chunky fantasy book. And then I had, I think, 2 other buddy reads going on at the same time, and I was like, I don't know, I can't.
Mm-hmm. And it's easier for you to, like, I found myself prioritizing the audio reads first, and then by the end of the night, when I'm exhausted, I'm picking up the physical read, and I'm like, what am I doing? Like, this is the worst. It kind of is like with Battle of the Booktuber. Why are we waiting for the physical reads for the last? But you can't. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, because I would go through like all of my like to-dos, because audio, I can, do the chores at home, or I can cook. And so like there are other things that force me to have time to do things with my ears. And so, yeah, I definitely found myself reading the audio. But yeah, I love buddy reading, but it's definitely, I literally have to keep a calendar of like, this is when I'm buddy reading these things with these people, because otherwise it's just a chaos.
Yeah. And ideally you kind of stick to either like everyone sticks to the schedule and like it goes off without a hitch, or everyone's on the same page about like, yeah, let's give it a day or 2 and then we both pick it up again. Like the chaos is when one person of course has to keep to their schedule, totally respect it, but then you're feeling behind, and then you're like, oh my gosh, this person is like waiting on me, and you're just, so yeah, that's the only time when I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm being a bad buddy reader at the moment when like life happens.
Me with Children of Time.
Oh gosh, you know what? I'm excited. We didn't mention this, but the three of us are going to be reading the next book together. So speaking of buddy reads, I'm excited to continue that. So thanks,
You
Battle.
did say October, right?
Mhm, I think so.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Not September.
I was like, September. I'm already kind of freaking out about because I'm reading The Bitter Twins with Kirsten, and I'm reading The Will of the Many with Margaret, and those are both going to be physical reads. And so I'm like, that'll probably be a light month for buddy reads.
The sequel for The Will of the Many comes out soon, right? Or am I remembering that?
Yeah, that's why. So Margaret's never read it, and she commented on one of my videos that she hadn't read it, but she needs to prior to the sequel coming out. And I was like, well, I'm wanting to reread it to prepare for the sequel. So you want a buddy? Yeah, I think it comes out in November, if I remember correctly. But I'm very excited. Ooh, the comments got away from me. Yeah, Jen asked if I was going to take tomorrow off because tomorrow is my typical sprinting day, and yeah, I will not be sprinting tomorrow. I have a brunch planned with some friends to kind of celebrate. They don't know that they're doing this. Like, I just planned it on that day, but we're celebrating kind of like the end of an era, the end of Battle of the Booktubers, and yeah, so it'll be fun. I appreciate it, Glenda. And yes, I think Yelena actually left us. Yeah, I hope you all had fun. It's almost 2 a.m. my time, so I'm going to head off. I understand. I'm surprised you're still on. I hope you're sleeping well. Just finished preparing the lentil stew experiment, and it's set to be on low overnight. I hope it's delicious, Tennille.
Yeah, let us know.
Listen to another chapter of Babel, and I'm working on updating my reading spreadsheet. I need to do this, Julie. I feel like I get so far behind.
I can't do reading spreadsheets, reading journals. I make them, set them up, and then I read and never update it. And so I've given up.
Yeah. For me, I think I just get worse as the year goes on. I'm really good about doing stuff at the beginning, and now like this time of year, I'm like updating every 2 weeks, trying to remember what I did. And it ends up being a bit of a mess in the end.
One thing I really want to do is like tracking what percentage I DNF my DNFs.
Yeah. I started doing that recently.
Yeah. I feel like that would be good to be able to look back on and stuff. And it just doesn't happen. So then I'm trying to recall at least like a vague idea of how much I was read into it and stuff when I'm looking back, and definitely need to try to track that. But
I wish that Goodreads or Storygraph. So Goodreads, I know, like when you I have a DNF folder, and I think I could go into the history of a book if I kept track of like what I read when. If I went into the history of a book, I could see how far I went. But I wish that both of those apps, well, any reader tracker app, would have an option where if you DNF'd, it would mark it for you.
Another thing with Storygraph is so like, the books that you've read, you can sort it and be like, okay, I just want to look at how many books, like which books I read for like this year, this month and stuff, and it'll just like show you those ones. But in the DNF section, it's just a long list of your DNFs, and the only way you can break it down to a certain month is just scrolling to that month and then looking from there, like there's no sorting it.
And you think that they would have it just mirror the way that you can do that with your read, because like sorting it by month is something they already do in like a different function. And like I feel like we found like ways around it. Like you said, like making the DNF shelf on Goodreads, and also making it like an exclusive shelf. So if I mark it as DNF, it can't be in red. And like Storygraph does it. This is very funny. I ended up doing I'm trying to do Instagram reels. I've already fallen off. We'll see if I go back into it. But I did one because basically Goodreads did its update, and I know it did a few things, but everyone kind of joked like the biggest thing that Goodreads updated was making the G a little bit more. And one thing I had said was Storygraph does have a DNF button. and I think Fable does as well, but I want more stats. Give me the percentages, do everything. Like, I want to see what other people have done as well. Like, yeah, I want to do individual tracking, but I want to see other people's DNFs, and I want it just to be a bit more transparent. And Storygraph commented on my reel, and I was like, hello, because people were adding them, and they said, yeah, this is something that's been in the works for a few years, but obviously, like, adding a new program and all of that stuff, they plan on expanding it so you can kind of see a DNF like collective percentage, because that's really what I want. Like, I can track my own stuff, but yeah,
that's really cool that they
nice.
reached out like that.
Yeah, probably because they were like, oh, guys, we're trying.
You got it.
Yeah, like we got it. Yeah.
Also made it to 74% of murder by invitation only. I hope you're enjoying it, Tennille. Ooh, my comments jumped. I've continued the live show and just paused where all the points have been displayed. You're pushing out, or like the word for that? You're stretching out the tension.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I hope it's a winner for you too. Yeah, I'm not sure. I still hear it.
Weird.
My audio on my computer has just, it's not been, I mean, I think I have too much stuff. My husband is very, very techie. And so like I have like a whole bunch of new age gadgets, and I feel like I was born in the 1920s and I don't know how to use any of it. And so inevitably things break, and Leandra can attest to this because we film our podcast together, and Brian is always up here tinkering with my computer because random things happen. And he's like, why did that happen? I'm like, I literally was just sitting here and it changed. Like, I didn't do anything.
I feel like that too. And I thought it was so funny in the Discord and stuff for Battle of the Booktubers, how like every once in a while I just pop in and be like, I just learned that you could do this in the program. And it's like the most basic thing. It's like mind blown.
Yeah. Got to 120 out of 304 of losing sight. Lovely. Long day of screams for you, Leandra. Hopefully you'll have a quiet rest of the night.
Yeah, it's true. Because I did sprints with Brittany before everything. So my day started at 9 a.m. on sprints, and so now it's almost 9 p.m. my time. So it has been almost 12 hours. It's kind of crazy. I didn't really think about it.
I have
I'm liking it. It's just something easy to listen to while doing chores and driving. That's nice.
I have the window unit AC in this room off for like being live and everything, so that way there's at least a little bit less background noise going on, and it's like so stuffy and hot in here, so I got like old school like paper fan going on.
You can turn it on.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear. I don't know. Like, it obviously depends on our mic, but my AC is on right up here, and there's probably a little bit of buzzing, but it's probably not too loud. So if you want to test it out, try it on. Or
no. If we were doing like more, maybe, but it's okay.
Okay. Too much of a mood/chaos reader. Definitely some of my mood reading things get me in trouble. That's why I'm reading the Enchanted Greenhouse right now on top of the other two buddy reads. And so my mood readerness was like, we could start another book right now. And then yesterday I was like, why did I do that?
Yeah. But are you liking it, the Enchanted Greenhouse?
I'm considering DNFing. It's fine. I'm a little bummed because I thought it was going to be about Cass, and it's not.
Oh. Okay, interesting.
So, yeah, I don't hate it. It's fine. I think my expectations were that I was going to have more Kaz in my life because I really liked his character from the first book, and it's really about his creator. And I don't know if he comes back into it or not. And I'm like, well, that's kind of a bummer.
Yeah. Or it could be like a situation where he's made kind of later on, where it's like a lot about the creator first and then.
Yeah, he hasn't even been in the story at all.
Oh.
Like, he's mentioned. Like, the story begins when he is taken away from his owner. And then he goes away, and then you follow his owner or his creator.
Oh, so he's been made. Like, he's... Yeah. Oh, I thought it might have been like pre him. And then it's like the story of leading up to him being made.
That's what I thought. but because I thought that we would eventually get to him and then we would get to him living with her, and that doesn't happen. So I'm just a little bummed. I think my expectations were a different route. And so now I'm like, okay, do I continue it or do I not? Like, what do I do with it? But we'll see. Finished part 3 of The Raven Scholar and left messages on the Discord. Many thoughts. I'm also rewriting the book. Yes, I understand. Buddy reads are delightful, but also add a few levels of chaos to my life in a good way. I feel this. This year's been multiple book clubs, and trying to do readathons is the first time I've had planned reads.
Ooh.
Storygraph lets you mark how far you got when you mark it a DNF. I didn't know that.
Yeah, you can. Well, you can like put a percentage, kind of in the similar. I think you can do a percentage in a similar vein to, like technically you could do that with Goodreads, but I think it's a bit easier on Storygraph. Like when you hit DNF, you can provide page numbers or percentage. I want everybody's, which I know, like I said this like after Julia sent this message, but yeah, that is one thing that's kind of nice.
Yeah. Love buddy reading. I like buddy reading with you too, because they've all been so chill in a way that we just talk about whenever we have thoughts. There's no pressure. Yeah, and it definitely depends on like the type of buddy reading you're doing. Because I have like there's a variety of people I buddy read with depending on like what they have going on and their preference for buddy reading too. Everyone has their own style. The fact that we picked short books also helped. Yes, it does. There's an episode of Star Trek with Amelia Earhart. Oh my goodness, I can't speak. Ends up on one of the spaceships. That's what popped into my head when Danni said she was born in the 1920s.
Newfangled technology.
It's not about Kaz. I'm very sad. I hope he pops up, but currently I'm 20% into it, and Kaz is not in the book at all. And we're like away from like the island that she was on. So I don't think he's going to be in the book at all. And maybe they'll have a reunion at the end, but I don't think that's going to be the point of the story. And I'm a little bummed about it. Love Sarah Beth Durst's fantasy, but I'm not so much enjoying her cozy fantasy. I've only read one chapter of The Enchanted Greenhouse, and then the mood said, read The Raven Scholar instead. I think it's so what I found with the Enchanted Greenhouse, it is a very easy read. And so I think that it's on audio for me. It's something that like if I have really enjoyed immersive reading the Raven Scholar. And so having the Enchanted Greenhouse on audio has allowed me to do some more complicated tasks around the house while I'm listening to audio, because Fires of Vengeance, which I'm reading with Yelena, I'm reading that on audio, but I have to be able to focus. Otherwise that book just completely goes over my head. So the Enchanted Greenhouse is nice for that. Didn't like her writing enough to bother picking up Enchanted Greenhouse. I read The Queen of Blood, and I wasn't a big fan. I don't know that it's her writing though. I think it's more
because you did like The Spell Shop, obviously, by her. So yeah, maybe it's just the subgenre part of it that you know. I don't know. I've thought about picking up the Enchanted Greenhouse to see if that worked better for me, you know, because The Spell Shop didn't work as well compared to other people. But yeah,
I read the first 2 books in her Queens of Renthia series. I
think Queens of Blood is the first one.
Yeah. And then I don't remember what the second one is called. And I liked them, but I didn't love them. And then the third book followed someone who I didn't care to read their story, so I just stopped the series then. And yeah. But I don't know, I'm a little bit nervous to try her like cozier stuff.
Yeah. I really liked The Spell Shop because I liked the world that was created. But this one doesn't really even have that right now. Like we're in a greenhouse. Like I don't want to give you guys too much, but like that's the extent of the world that I've gotten so far. Like we know kind of why the greenhouse exists, and we have some history in regards to that. But the spell shop had like this island with a whole bunch of different fantasy creatures, and there was a lot of texture within the world that I liked that I'm not getting in this one, and it doesn't follow the character I wanted it to follow. So I'm just kind of disappointed all around, but we'll see. It is an easy read, so I might continue with it. I'm debating because I have so many other things on my TBR right now that I would rather be reading. I just got Automatic Noodle in the mail, and it's been staring at me.
Me too, obviously. Yeah, I'm actually, my plan is to pick up Automatic Noodle after I finish this book, honestly. So
I don't think I know that book. Automatic Noodle?
It's a new release, and it's about some robots who take over a noodle shop. Okay. And I'm pretty sure they take over a noodle shop in a world that really doesn't want robots around. I don't know exactly. It's a novella. It's very, very short. So I haven't read the synopsis since I originally decided to buy it. I pre-ordered it because it looks so cute. Do you have it in front of you? We're getting a book unboxing.
I know. I was like, I didn't unbox it yet for really no reason. I just knew that it was it because you had said that you got yours. And I was like, this is probably, sorry about the sound. Da, 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 da. I'm not strong. Hold on. Okay, got it.
I had to like rip my box apart because the little pull tab didn't work.
Mm-hmm. I know mine. Literally, why are they putting the pull tab immediately failed me? But this is the book.
I like that cover.
Yeah, isn't the cover is kind of what like attracted us in the first place? It looks really fun. So yeah, and it's a novella, so it's gonna be really short. It'll be fun. Hee 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 hee. Nothing crazy on the inside, in case people were wondering. But yeah.
Tennille says Sarah Beth Durst's cozy writing feels completely different, like a completely different author to me. She's trying a formula, check baking, check cute creatures, check slice of life. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah,
but honestly, I feel like that's
sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, I feel like that's an issue I see kind of with a lot of the recent cozy fantasy books that have come out lately.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna say that with like anything that gets suddenly really pop, like these things have always existed, but like they catch the public's eye, and then we suddenly get like very fixated. I feel like that's happened with romantasy and with cozy fantasy. Like I'm not a romantasy reader, but from what other people have said, like they kind of follow formulas because authors are, jumping in a good time where within the year or two we have an explosion of like cozy fantasies or romantasy published in addition to the normal amount that would be published. So I don't know.
Her writing feels childish to me. Too many holes in the story.
It's very cutesy. Like the spell shop is like sweet. So yeah.
From my understanding, it's about Kaz's creator, and long after Kaz went to the Spell Shop Island, it's about the creator's redemption after being turned into a statue. Yeah, I'm a little salty about it. I do need to give the Spell Shop another go at some point. I didn't have time to read it when I first picked it up, but it hasn't been calling to me. Hey, and there's so many books out there. Like if it's not calling to you, maybe you don't need to go back to it. Oof,
yeah.
Oh no, my comments jumped and then it. I think this is where we were. This is where we were. Okay. Race the Sands is a standalone of hers that I really liked. I've heard good things about this series, so that's my next one that I want to try by her. Spell Shop was enjoyable for me, but knowing it isn't about Kaz has pushed it off my mental priority list. I'll let you know, Julie, like what I end up doing, and whether or not I think it might be worth it. But currently my answer is it's not worth it and you should pick something else. I've heard amazing things about the Queens of Renthia for years.
I like the world building.
You did like the world building in that one?
Yeah, with like the kingdom and the trees and stuff, and I thought that was cool.
I honestly don't remember what I didn't like about it. I just remember getting to the end and was like, that was a book I read.
Yeah, like maybe like the world building is well done. It's like she's typically good at creating a world, but maybe like the characters or the plot doesn't work for you sometimes.
Yeah.
I think for me, the biggest thing, well, there's like kind of a slowness in the pacing. So like, I just felt like things weren't progressing quite fast enough. But then also, I was not expecting when I picked up the series that it was going to follow different storylines each book, like different people. And so I couldn't get as invested like that. Like when I'm reading a fantasy series, like I guess I just have like certain things that I want from it, and I want to delve into a storyline rather than like multiple, you know?
Yeah.
I saw Julie's review of Automatic Noodle on Instagram, and it excites me.
It looked just like so cute. So speaking of cozy though, so it says a cozy near future novella about a crew of leftover robots opening their very own noodle shop from acclaimed sci-fi author Annalee Newis. See that I will say, like, I'm cozy sci-fi is what I'm looking for. I think I want to see more, see if it's something that I like, because I've liked it in the past. So like I know we've been talking about cozy fantasy for good reason, but like I really want like cozy dystopian or cozy sci-fi.
Yeah. I like cozy fantasy, but the problem I think I've had with some of the ones I picked up recently is they're cozy fantasy romance. And I don't need the romance mixed in. Although the Spell Shop had romance and it didn't bother me, but most of the time that's not where my heart lies.
Yeah.
I was so sad when I was reading Adrian Tchaikovsky, that book that we were talking about. I'm drawing a blank. What was it called?
Service Model?
Service Model.
Oh, Service Model, sorry.
I was so sad when I read Service Model because when I was first started it, I was like really enjoying it in the direction I thought it was going. I thought it was going to be like a sci-fi version parody of like mystery elements and stuff. And then it turned into more like philosophical journey and everything. And there's a little, I like philosophical themes. I just prefer them to be like from what's going on in the story rather than like the characters talking about it in their heads and stuff. And I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. And even like the suggestion that you thought it might be more of like a sci-fi mystery, because like the opening scene is like the robot Charles, like he kills his master and is like, why did I do this? like who made me do this? And it kind of sounds like it might be like a mystery of him finding out the criminal. And even like there's another scene where like a detective does show up as you know, like, so and then suddenly we kind of abandon it. And you're right, it becomes more of a journey of philosophy and like human condition, which I totally get what you mean.
Or if it wasn't going to be a mystery, I thought it was going to be like him like trying to like escape, or not escape, but like fleeing, getting like arrested or something, you know, like
on the run. Valid on the
run. But the reason why I was thinking about that was like that philosophical type of sci-fi kind of feels like the equivalent of like cozy fantasy to me, like that slower pacing.
I know what you like with A Song for the Wild Built, which didn't really work for you either. Understand it? Like I feel like we're getting we're understanding where we're kind of going with it. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. But Clear in the Sun, I feel like has some poignance, some like human condition questions, but it might be a bit more plot heavy too.
Yeah, that one had more like character relationships building to me, you know.
Yeah. So like I really appreciated that you wanted to delve into sci-fi, like for like that you were with me in choosing sci-fi, because I was like, okay, cool. I get to see how she feels about certain sci-fi books. Leviathan Wakes, that was one I thought I was going to get recommended, and it wasn't. So then I was like, oh, maybe you'll read it, and then you didn't have to.
I do think that you will like Empire of Silence. I think you're going to enjoy that book a lot.
Really?
Victoria?
Yeah.
Do you think I'll like it? I don't know anything about it, to be honest. Do I?
I don't think it's a Leandra book.
Oh, I know. Is this like the Sun Eater thing?
Yes.
So Anna's been binging that, and she also says that she doesn't think it's a me thing.
Yeah, I don't think it's a Leandra book. Victoria, have you read The Name of the Wind by Patrick Rothfuss?
No, not yet.
Okay. So the Sun Eater series was inspired by The Name of the Wind, and it's very obvious. But I think you would like both of those books.
Okay.
So I don't know. It's epic fantasy, or sorry, epic sci-fi space opera. I think you'll have fun with that one.
I wouldn't, apparently, but I understand. I probably should. Like, sometimes when people are like, I don't think this is a Leandra book, I'm like, I should listen to this. Like, this is, yeah, like there are so many books out there that people do say are, so and so books. And
we have very similar taste in sci-fi, in certain sci-fi, but like I think my more epic sci-fi, I don't even know if that's a thing, but I think some of my more epic sci-fi that I've really enjoyed, I don't think are your jam.
Epic sci-fi is called like space opera.
That was epic. Like,
well, I was gonna say, like, Children of Time, Infinity Gate has like an extensive universe and an extensive theme. I think I will say this year is the first year, like reading Children of Time with you guys. I read Infinity Gate on my own. Those are kind of the first, like, what I would also agree with, like, epic, where they're like these like large sci-fis. Like, I typically, like, honestly, like, even talking about the philosophy, I think my like safe space used to be soft sci-fi and like literary sci-fi. Whereas I'm getting more into like space opera and like epic sci-fi this year. I'm like, oh, I like this too, which maybe that's what turned people off, because people really weren't giving me epic sci-fi. Like, I thought, well, this isn't epic, but I thought someone was going to give me Andy Weir, which I don't know if either of you have read anything by him. I mean, I don't know how that would have worked out, but I know he's a big name in sci-fi, and so I've like had my eye on him.
I think I own The Martian. That's by him, right?
Yeah.
Yes, but I haven't read it yet.
Yeah.
I think Leandra will love. So this is just a sci-fi book that I have loved this year, but I think it's a Leandra book and not a Victoria book, from what I'm hearing.
I think I know what you're gonna say.
The Last Gifts of the Universe.
Yes, it's on my Our Fantasy. I plan on reading it, so I'm.
But it's very much like you said, Victoria. It has like it's more. I don't want to say cerebral. That's not the right word, but like it's very much a discussion, and it definitely has like plot. I'm not saying that, but like it's very much in the characters' heads as well. So I don't know, and it's cozier. So I don't know if it would be for you.
You did say it's on grief, which, like, not to be like Victoria screams grief, but like I feel like you've enjoyed books that have made you feel emotion. Like,
yes.
So,
I like to cry.
Yeah.
It is good for that. It's just such a fantastic book. I love that book.
Oh, I was gonna ask, what defines like a space opera? Because in my mind, just being a fantasy reader, I just assume epic fantasy, except sci-fi is space opera. But I think that there's like an actual term for space operas.
Space opera is like traveling to different planets and having like intergalactic things involved in the story, I think.
Yeah, I would agree. Like, it's usually more adventure story rather than like sci-fi oftentimes is like the nooks and crannies, like the tech involved in that. Whereas like a space opera, we're not going to get like typically like a chapter or two on how the ship works. Like, like it's a little bit more action packed. Like, even like, for instance, Hunt the Stars, I would count that as like a space opera romance.
Okay. So would Aurora Rising be like a YA space opera then? Like,
yeah, I would say that. I think you were given quite a bit of space opera, actually, because even I don't know about maybe just because it has universe in the name, but the How Rory, I didn't know if that was, I can't remember, was that like space travel in there? Oh, the multiverse. Sorry, never mind. It was something different. There was stars on the cover, so yeah.
Maybe at the end, or maybe in future books. I don't think it was. I think there was other planets and stuff, but I don't think did she? Now I'm drawing a blank. I don't know. Who knows? Did I read books?
Yeah. So like I feel like with space opera, it's more like action-packed adventure, like space being the name, like Danny said, probably like traveling, like going from one place to the next. And yeah, so I feel like it's less about like getting inside the tech and understanding how it all works. But now I'm getting into the description of what soft sci-fi is. So I'm starting to confuse myself. So
it's definitely, I mean, there's a mix there too.
Yeah. Like I personally wouldn't really view space opera as like a separate genre. necessarily. But like some people might. I think it's like an umbrella under sci-fi.
It's like a trope, sort of.
And a little bit, or like a structure, kind of like this is also, I'm giving examples where nobody would agree with me, I don't think. But like for me, suspense is a subgenre under mystery, but a lot of people would argue it's a genre on its own. But I think it's a like type of mystery, kind of like how historical mystery or like golden age mystery, locked room mystery, like that's not a separate genre, but it's like got its own category. And then the same idea of like fantasy, cozy fantasy. Like cozy fantasy isn't its own genre, but it's like a subgenre. It just has, I don't know. Are there any fantasy subgenres that don't have the word fantasy in them?
Fantasy subgenres, you said?
Yeah. Because like, you know, like how I feel like typically the idea would be
I guess high fantasy.
Fairy tales.
Fairy tales. See? Yeah. Like I would argue that that's actually interesting. I think fairy tale is like a category under the umbrella fantasy. Like I wouldn't call fairy tale a different genre. That's actually great example.
But yeah, I think with how old fairy tales are, if we're talking about like modern talked about ones, I think that they all generally have like fantasy in the subgenre name, you know?
What about, so question for you, because you two are more fantasy readers, and I've talked to you about this, Danni, but I need a refresher on your thoughts, but like magical realism, would you say that's on the spectrum of fantasy, like an umbrella under it, or do you think that's like a completely separate genre?
I want to call it a separate genre because I hate it.
Because you don't like it. I know that's why you don't want to call it fantasy.
I think that there are so many books that I have read that are magical realism that are not fantasy at all, and that leave things completely up to, they're so ambiguous about what's happening that I don't consider them fantasy. However, I don't think, like if I'm being serious, I don't think magical realism is its own genre. I think that there always has to be some type of overarching genre that the book focuses on. So like it is probably like a literary book, but it has magical realism in it, or contemporary romance with magical realism in it. Like I don't. Go ahead.
I was saying, I was actually just thinking that I think a lot of the magical realism books that I see fit more under like literary fiction in my mind than they do fantasy.
That makes
sense. Which is probably why I hate them.
Yeah, like, and actually I saw Tennille makes a good comment saying like it feels more like general fiction that has magic in it, kind of like like in the same sense of, I don't know, like a mystery with a romantic subplot. It's not in the romance genre, but there is something there, kind of like there is magic there, but not potent enough for it to fit in fantasy. Yeah.
We have a lot of people that agree.
Yeah.
But I feel like there are some magical realism books that have enough of it that it could still fit.
For real, or for sure.
Yeah. Like there's books that kind of toe the line in like a few things, or depending on, like, and I think we see that like sometimes general fiction is just a catch-all, like where people maybe don't want to categorize it or something like that. Like, don't get me started on the Goodreads Choice Awards, but I remember I was only mad because I made predictions and this book did make the Goodreads Choice Awards, but it wasn't placed in the mystery thriller category. It was placed in the general fiction category. And I'm like, you just you wanted to put other books in the mystery thriller, so you just threw it into general fiction. Like,
what book was it?
It was the Leanne Moriarty, who's like known for having mystery thriller suspense. She has a weird history, though. I don't want to get into it. I will, though. So she, in the beginning, like some of her books were thrown into general fiction. Then they were like, oh, wait, actually, this is mystery thriller suspense. Finally put her in the mystery thriller category for like the last couple years. And now they've just put her back in general fiction for her most recent book. I haven't read it, but I'm like, Goodreads is a lie.
Like The Night Circus, I've always seen it in general fiction. But I don't feel like it's a magical realism book. I feel like it's probably like a very, very soft magic system fantasy book. Like, you know?
Yeah. I agree. That's what I always considered it fantasy, like not high not really a lot, but it's I would agree that it's like the low end of fantasy if there's like a
spectrum.
Yeah. Interesting.
The separation of genres is very intriguing.
I'm obsessed with it.
We missed a couple of comments. Let me come back up here. Liked the Renthia trilogy, but thought the companion novel Deepest Blue was the better of the trilogy.
On that, can you read The Deepest Blue without having read the whole trilogy? Because I read the first 2 books. I own The Deepest Blue. And if I can read it without having to pick up the 3rd book, I'm happy not to pick up the 3rd book. But if I have to read the 3rd one, then I guess I'll do that. So
yeah,
let me know.
And yeah, we'll have to let you know what we think about Automatic Doodle. And I think we talked about this last time we were live, is the fact that publishers just sell more and more and more of what's popular.
Remember when I was in high school, Angels became huge because of the Hush Hush series.
Oh,
yeah. in like YA fantasy, and they were just everywhere. And same, I mean, like it goes through phases. They're like vampires from Twilight, you know, and it's just once one thing becomes big, then like everything becomes that thing, you know?
Yeah. Julia thinks you should read Leviathan Wakes.
Woo, okay.
Name of the Wind is so good. I love it. It's great. I need to reread it. Andy Weir is safe sci-fi. Good writing, definitely good for general consumption. Okay. See, this is why I think I won't like it, though.
Yeah, and I've heard, well, I mean, I guess this isn't the right person to ask, but like Rainey, I remember she whatever she had to read for her like best books of the year. She had to read one of Andy Weir's books, and she like did not find it to be safe or easy sci-fi, but she doesn't like sci-fi, so I don't really know how to. But I've heard some people, I think, maybe find him a bit dry or boring or something like that, like depending on what you're into.
I've heard that The Martian and there's another book that he wrote I've heard are very similar.
There's one that starts with an A. Artemis? Or
I do think it's Artemis.
Something like that, yeah.
I've heard not to read both of those, like read one or the other.
Oh.
Similar to Victoria, I'm not into the introspective philosophical books like Dallaget, Monk and Robot. I prefer those topics in nonfiction, if at all. See, and I'm the opposite of that, Tennille. I think I would prefer it in fiction as opposed to nonfiction. Although I don't know. I don't read nonfiction very often, so I probably shouldn't judge any nonfiction at all. But
the only time I read nonfiction is if I am like getting into a really new topic all of a sudden, and then I just want to like learn everything about it for like 2 weeks, and like then I'm reading nonfiction stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Like I like those kind of thought-provoking conversations, just more in like how Children of Time, in one of my vlogs, I was talking about how it was discussing like the different things and everything. Like the trying to do better than like your ancestors and just repeating history and all that. Like I like those where it's like not said to you and you just kind of have to pick up on it, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like philosophical books either feel kind of lecture academia for me, like you're reading like a classicist who's just, you know, like a classic philosopher or something, or someone who keeps referencing old philosophy that I'm not as privy to, or can be self-help, you know, being like, this is what you need to do with your life. And I'm like, I actually didn't ask, which I mean, I guess if I picked up the book, I did, but this is the point. So I feel like there's the spectrum of it, but I think nonfiction is just as subjective as far as like what you're interested in. Like there are some nonfiction topics that I'm really into, but not all nonfiction is gonna work for me. It also was like a really broad subject compared to like fiction, you know, like we're already in categories, but yeah, I mean, like we take the subjects as we do. So if you prefer to get it in a nonfiction sense, more power to you, Tennille.
It's like I read, what's it called? City of Nightmares, and I really liked that book, except there was like 2 scenes in it where I felt like the author just decided to start ranting about television and impact on society and stuff. And I'm like, what is going on here? Like,
Interesting. Mm-hmm.
I was bummed by that book because, well, one, it's YA, but two, like I didn't want it to be. I wanted it to be more about the world instead of the 2 characters that we end up following throughout the entire thing, because it's such a cool world. Like people literally wake up as their own nightmares. Like it's like a plague kind of. But anyway,
I thought it was interesting though, because I think that the main character was like the first time I really got to see like someone really struggling with anxiety in a fantasy book like that. So I thought that was interesting, at least.
Yeah, I did like her perspective. Leandra, I'm laughing at your safe books as I'm desperately waiting for the 13th book in my favorite lit RPG series that are all chunky.
Oh, do I know what this series is, Julia?
Is it the He Who Fights Monsters? That one?
Oh, I've heard that one seems interesting. I think the audios are only available through Audible though, which kind of sucks. Yeah. So I don't have access to those.
I think space opera is a story that could be generally put in a different setting. Space enhances the story, but doesn't have to be the point, like hard sci-fi.
Yeah, like with hard sci-fi, like I think you need to be more immersed in the science or the tech, like that is building the world. Whereas space opera, that's kind of why I thought it was a safe option for you. I'm putting in the wrong person, because I'm like, where am I? Because you were like trying to figure things out, and so maybe space opera feels like a gateway entry into sci-fi, even though you didn't need it because you'd already read sci-fi.
So maybe the reason why you were saying that, like, a lot of the time it's like them traveling between different planets and stuff, maybe the reason why those so often are space operas is because they could just be in a fantasy book traveling on horses between kingdoms or something. Like, it's not really the space that's making it like the point of the story, you know?
Yeah, it's like it's almost a journey. Like a lot of times they are on a journey of some sort. So yeah, true.
Yeah, it could be. I love this comment.
No, I do not respect their. We need to rebel. We write at dawn.
You know, I don't use Goodreads myself to track my books, but I will say I'm guilty of whenever I'm book shopping, I'm always checking Goodreads ratings and stuff when I'm book shopping.
Yeah, it's like a quick look. Like when you look up a book, it's like one of the first things you kind of can see. And yeah, it is quite helpful.
You can read The Deepest Blue without reading the 3rd book. There's a crossover character, but it won't affect the plot.
Yay. Good
to know. I guess we can't blame authors for writing what sells, since they need to actually sell books to have a career.
Sure. Yeah.
Then again, I kind of find it comforting when media, books, videos are not subtle about their topic, because it makes me feel like it will reach people who need that message and are unlikely to pick it up if it's subtle. We've talked about this before, because I think I prefer it to be subtle, but I do understand this perspective, to Neil, because this makes sense to me that like there are definitely people out there that need it shoved in their face a little bit.
Yeah, they need you need to be blunt. Like they need you to, because they'll miss the point. Like the point will be driving by them and they'll be like, hey, look at the ground. And you're like, just pause and freaking learn. Yeah. Like where is the point? You missed it. Like that's literally what it is. So it needs to be like a big semi truck that just pulls up in front of them.
That's like I was talking about in the Discord when I recommended Sam to watch Midsommar. And I was saying that I feel like so many people that I saw that watched that movie and liked it, I feel like liked it for like the completely wrong reason and missed the point of the movie.
I was right.
You were right. Good job.
I want to read the series myself, but I'm a little nervous to start it.
It's a commitment. Julia's
settled for myself. It is a commitment, and like accessibility is definitely something. Although I think my library has the audiobook.
So that's why I'm like, I might be wrong. I totally could be wrong, but I thought it might be.
But I don't know that they have all of the audiobooks, because as Julia said, there's like 13 of them. So Yeah, thank you for being here, Glenda. We appreciate it. Always a good time. Another lit RPG is The Wandering Inn. I want to read this.
I
It's written by a
recommended
woman.
it to you, but it was the fourth option, so you didn't get even close to it.
I've heard, so The Wandering Inn is one that I haven't, the only reason I haven't started it yet is because everyone who I've talked to says that I need to read the one that's published via the website, because the one that they have on ebook and the audiobook are both not edited all the way. Like, it's like the one online they've gone back and like made edits to, whereas the one you can get on ebook and audiobook
It's
isn't
like the
edited
original work.
Yeah.
Oh, usually people tell you to just read the original work rather than the edited version. Interesting.
Well, because on Royal Road, like you put out stuff so fast that a lot of times authors will like go back when they like have enough of a backup that they can take a break from writing and still have stuff published. So they'll go back and like take time to like edit their old stuff, so that way it's like up to speed with like their newer quality, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a very fun culminating event. Thank you. Thank you for creating this whole extravaganza. It was my pleasure. It's been a lot of fun. Watching it all unfold over the last year has been great. I'm glad that you guys enjoyed it. Check his website too. I will. Is this for He Who Fights Monsters? There's a website for that one too. Yes. Thank you guys for being here. It's been so great. He started writing it all on a website first. I think it's still available.
Yeah, a lot of them. Yeah, even Kitty Cat Kill Sat was the one that I recently read, and I really liked it. And it was like a pay as
serial.
they write it. Yeah.
With He Who Fights Monsters, he's changed how he writes the skills and leveling in the newest book, so it's easier to read. Oh, interesting. Huh. Well, friends, we have been online for 7 hours now. And so it is time for us to bid you adieu. And we hope that you have a wonderful evening. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. Yeah, it's just been an absolutely wonderful experience. So I'm really glad that we've gotten to all come together and have a good time together. But we will see you at some point in time in the Bookiverse. Make sure to check out our channels. We have everybody is linked in the description below. As I said before, I'm sure that everyone who's still here is already subscribed, but you guys should definitely, if you haven't already. And we will see you somewhere in the Bookiverse. Have a good night, guys.